What is wrong with you? Why are you green? Ralsei, why are you green? And my view of this world became greener yet greener. Hello, everybody. I'm actually started the stream this time at the originally planned 6 p.m. and not 8 p.m., which was more like 8:30 or 8:40 p.m. The latency is so much better this time. Jesus Christ. I am so sorry for those waiting in chat last time because I forgot to change the latency to be ultra low so that there's actual like near instant feedback. I don't give a shit if I lose like some stuff in it. It's so much easier with chat this way. Immediately, thank you for the €5, 30 seconds. Chris changes into the Darkhold form after the man says, get dressed. After all, you can wear whatever you want. Ooh, that is a good point. I didn't consider that. Or maybe I did. It's just been a while since I heard that specific point, but that seems pretty promising. Ugh. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second part, hopefully the much shorter second part of the Chapter 3 Deep Dive stream. I hope you all are doing well. I am feeling pretty good. Maybe a little bit lethargic because I've been up since like 9 a.m. and also been struggling with a bit of undersleeping lately, and I don't know what it is. I think it's a mix of some personal shenanigans, but also like maybe perhaps a little bit restless from Chapter 5 being on the horizon amidst other things. You're my foreground noise as I do my commissions. Speaking of, I started the sketch for yours VO just like a bit before the stream because I was eager. I wanted to see how much I could get done. Also, hi interface. Hi, I know you. Love you too. I'm so fucking scared. I'm not ready. Wait 1 second. Let me pull up the damn me. The damn hi, hello. This is the damn myself. $20 from Uberculosis. Thank you. Holy shit. Big fan. Thanks for being a starving artist so I can have hours of entertaining Deltarune theories content. You are the best. So much better to go into games looking for clues rather than an unexplained experience. I agree. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, genuinely. I'm so excited. It's very funny seeing people join the streams because I know there's plenty of people here that are like, this is their first stream. So it's always nice seeing people pleasantly surprised by the VTuber. But yes, this is the VTuber I've had for a hot minute now. I've basically like been iterating on this since I started streaming in like 2023. I think I was even sitting on it before then because I was conceptualizing stuff a little before. Also, that is 500. Let me look up that currency real quick. I always forget these. That is 500 Argentine peso. Holy shit, thank you. From Starlight. Hi Molly, how are you doing today? I will be listening to you in the amazing Delta Rambles while I do some music notation homework that I have been doing for like 5 hours now. God damn. Wish you luck on that. Hell yeah, I'm glad you were able to tune in. How come it changed last stream? How so? What do you mean? What changed? I mean, if you made the background for this, I changed the background here because I forgot to actually change it to the green room. For context, this is my second monitor display you're looking at, which is my CRT. It's running through from my PC into my VCR and then back into the computer, but also splitting it with the CRT so I can actually see what I'm looking at through not just OBS. The filter is like way more intense than it usually is. You changed from VTuber to 2D Sprite. Oh, that. The VTuber, the way I'm having that work is through my iPhone camera. So whenever I run out of battery on this, whenever I run out of battery on the phone, I switch to the VTuber so that I have some indication of my existence that is not just my voice. $5 from Base Circles. Thank you so much. Hey, have you played Chrono Trigger? Given that you like Deltarune so much, you probably like Chrono Trigger. I have not played it, however, I have heard many good things of it. I would like to play through more of the inspirations for this game at some point. I have played Moon RPG, though. You should play Moon RPG. That game is really interesting. Just in general, but also in relation to Deltarune. It's really fucking cool. You said the filters are more intense. Do you mean the audio filter? Right now I am running the audio capture for the, adapter from the VCR to the PC. I can switch to the desktop audio at any point. I'm gonna probably do that when we get to the game. The filter otherwise is, not really changed. I have not touched the actual adapter, period. I haven't touched the AV capture. I have heard a lot of good about Tulip as well. I mostly know of it because of RTBS and one specific incident that sticks in my mind. 10 quid from Chris. Thank you. Holy fuck. Getting one back at a certain PSI something or other, because 10 Great British quid is worth more than $1. Hashtag I am the better friend. It doesn't need to be a competition, but thank you. Then again, fight amongst yourselves. I had no involvement in this. Also, hi, Nido. Hi. Alright. So, for people that were not here for the first stream, which, apologies, because this was supposed to happen earlier. Earlier on Friday, but I had some shit come up at the house, and I had to fucking deal with that first before I could start the stream, unfortunately. Also, hi, Goose Boost! Holy shit! Hello! That's my oomph! That's my oomphy, hello? That's my damn mutual. Hi, Bootleg as well. Also mutual. Yeah, I had to start late last time, but I got a lot of the way through Chapter 3, if you missed it. I basically only have the ending of the fucking game to play. Play Moon RPG? I've played Moon RPG. I've played it. I need more people in here to play it. Check Discord, by the way. 1 second. You may not realize that you literally are just streaming. No, that is the effect. I apologize if that is an issue for you, by the way, but no, yeah, that is the effect. I have, the display capture for the... I am running this stream through AV cables. It's supposed to look a little bit rough. Yeah, let me do that real quick. So for anyone confused, I changed the stream layout since the last time I've been doing streaming, because I wanted to get a little bit more experimental, let's say. I wanted to actually see how just authentic I could make this while still just readable enough. Can you change the filter to nearest? Also, she's messaging me through chat, so let me see. Can I do that? Let me see here. Blending mode. Scale filtering. The scale filtering is at, I forget the pronunciation. Linxos? Linxos? I don't see nearest particularly. I mean, maybe point? That might help. That might make it maybe a little bit less blurry, I guess. $5 from Laurent Impsom. Thank you. I'm not sure if this makes sense, but you're one of my favorite person who really loves the thing they love creators. No, I understand what you mean. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I mean, if you mean specifically the scaling, OBS doesn't have a nearest. I mean, the closest I can think of is it has point. My options are point, bilinear, bicubic, Linxos, and area. It was at Lingzo's previously, because I heard, from what I know, that was like the ideal scaling you'd want for like this kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, I changed it to point like a minute or so ago, so it should look mildly better. Yeah, I figured point was probably what you were talking about. This actually might work anyway. Come to think of it, because, like, you know, if we're doing pixel art, we may as well have, like, you know, like, less blurriness for this kind of thing. So this might be better. I'll fuck around. Basically, if this is your first stream, or like you haven't caught me in a while, I decided to run everything through authentic analog components for this layout, because I am a fucking freak like that. So everything you're seeing is basically what I'm seeing on my CRT monitor next to me, but it ran through, like, the actual tech. It's a little hard to tell. That is probably about the most I can do, unfortunately. I can't really do much more. I mean, fucking, could I? The most is, like, I don't know, maybe de-interlacing? But that, like, you see, like, that doesn't really, like, enhance it much at all. De-interlacing just involves, like, how smooth the movement is, which I prefer this. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. Like, this is like, just at a low resolution, because my CRT monitor is at a low resolution. That's just kind of how it is. It'll look better once the game starts. Yeah, no. I can, like... I did this in the first stream, and I know some people took slight grievance with it. Is there a deflicker setting? Maybe in the actual driver for this thing? But I doubt it. There's de-interlace methods, vid input, audio, CPU support, blah, blah, blah. Apologies for the jargon, chat. My friend, of mine is curious about if I can improve this whatsoever, and, I've gone through these options in, like, the actual like, the driver for this thing, and there isn't really, like, too much to look at here. Like, how much can I... Oh, fuck. Woo! Get that back here. Like... Okay, where are you? Okay, I can't change the window size, unfortunately. Yeah, no, you're good. I'm also a nerd about this. This is a conundrum I'd also like to sort out. But, like... Yeah, no, unfortunately, I don't really think there's options for deflickering. Any artifacting is pretty much, like, part of the intention. I want to do, like... I wanted to see if I could do, like, an authentic feeling, just... purposefully a little bit crusty. But I don't know, that's kind of what I like. That's what I like about it. That's what I wanted to do with this, because... I wanted to go with something a little bit more unique with the streaming for this channel, because I'm not somebody that's concerned with high quality or taking it super seriously. I just want it to look cool. At the end of the day, if you're leaving this on in the background, or, you know, just for aesthetic or vibes or whatever, then I'm okay with more leaning into that sometimes than practicality. Is how I work sometimes in that regard. But $5 from Dr. Bodacious. Thank you. Gaster spotted outside Costco. It's true. The stream music is extremely quiet. I have heard that. I have gotten that before, unfortunately. Let me see. I think that the music being quiet is probably fine. The thing is, I could turn it up. But because it's, like, running through, like, everything else that my audio is running through, it's going to be a little hard for me to hear myself, and that's more so the issue. I'd like to hear the music as well, but I don't want to hear it too much. But if I raise it up much more, then I'm not going to be able to hear myself too much without losing focus. I'm going to have to teach you how to use a voice meter. If it's like a specific software, then potentially. Like if it's anything built into OBS, I probably just know it not by name. But if it's a whole separate thing, then yeah, probably. We can probably do that after stream, yeah, not right now. I'm not like too much in a rush to optimize it. It's like it's a volume mixer. I see. Okay. I feel like I should watch this on TV. AV cable seems fine for the PS1 or the Wii if it's on a bigger screen. That is true. Part of it is that this is a particularly tiny monitor. You're good. It's nice hearing from you. I hope you're doing good. Because we haven't talked proper in a hot minute. I'm getting by. I'm hanging in there, if you want to know. But I'm doing okay. But yes. Fucking... From where we left off, we did a lot of Chapter 3. I basically only have, like, the final few fights to do. Maybe catching up a little bit from where we left off on the first one, which was the end of the sword route. And then after that, it's going to be basically just an all-around talking a little bit about the data mining, but also, like, my thoughts on the chapter as a whole, which I've mentioned, like, as I go. Thank you for the $5 Canadian from Ping. I keep having dreams about Image Friend. How cooked am I? Probably pretty cooked. I think they're gonna fucking get you on the 23rd. Whoever's running the thank you thing. You're probably fucked. I think you're next. I'm sorry to say this. Are you going to stream Chapter 5? I'll do probably at some point in the future, like a maybe similar live deep dive to this. I wouldn't be surprised. I want Image Friends so bad, dude. Oh, don't even get me started. $5 from Palo9, thank you. I can't wait to see how the night looks with the effect. Also, I am in love with Gastar after seeing him flirt with me on Twitter. Fuck yeah, me too. But yeah. Trying to lose my train of thought. Again, forgive me if I'm a little bit lethargic or spacey. I've been up since like 9 AM. But like, I'll be able to get into the vibe pretty quickly. No, I know, VO. I know. We have discussed this in ad nauseum, in length, in detail. Fucking... Yeah, so from where we left off, there really is not much left to do. I just have the end of the chapter to do, going over the very dense ending, frankly. I'm kind of glad we left off where we did, because even for as short as the ending is, there's a lot, to talk about. Oh, true. Yeah, Nito is one of my partners, by the way. That is also the special guest. I think only like one or a few people were able to guess who it was when they showed up last stream. More on that later. You two may have to fight to the death, potentially. Ready to spend an hour fighting the knight? I'm probably going to get... Well, let's not jinx myself. However, I think the knight is one of those fights that, like... It's definitely not easy for, like, your first couple attempts, but once you know all the attacks, honestly, it's pretty easy to memorize. Just... Especially if you just have a shit ton of revive mints with you, you're probably gonna be fine. $10 from Squig, thank you. I mentioned a Toho stream last time, but I was just thinking about how a PC98 stream would go so hard on your setup. It's true, it would. I'd love to do that. Another 2 quid from Chris. Do a backflip or you're literally AI? Let me see. Okay. Am I able to... Okay. Whoop! How'd you like that? I don't know if, like, this... I don't think my mic caught that. I don't think my mic caught what I just heard. I heard my part laughing from, like, the room above me. That's awesome. $5 from Siggy Tundra. Jesus Christ! Chill! $5 from Siggy Tundra. Do you have elite ball knowledge? That is, it's PTV time. I don't believe so, no. $5 from Bloody Bees as well. Love the Device 3 vids, by the way. Watched all of them a few days ago and then finished the 10 minutes before stream. What's your crack predictions for Chapter 5? Ooh, give me a little bit. I'll get back to you on that. What my crack predictions? Let me pull out the bingo board. I have a bingo board that I made, like, a while ago. Where are you? Where are you? What's the craziest thing I have on here? What is a crack theory? What would I say is a crack theory out of all of these? I guess one of them kind of is, I think Chapter 5 could start with Chris being woken up by Sans, but that's less of a theory and more just a random guess. I think that would be funny. LV and the light world could increase. In, like, the weird route, maybe. Don't gatekeep the bingo board? Okay, do you want to see the fucking bingo board? Let me show you. I would probably rather do this, like, later. I don't mind, taking my time for this again, by the way, because we do not have much of the chapter left to do. It's not like we have a shit ton to get through. But yeah, here's my bingo board for chapter 5. Being careful here. Oh god, you can't see shit. So, left to right, top to bottom, Chris is woken up by Sans, and, like, by the way, the text here, Toho Project, just, that's the entire board. We already know this is gonna be the Toho chapter, 100 fucking %. Sauce Theory confirmed. Guaranteed. Chris is woken up by Sans. Pure Crystal and Twisted Sword can be made. Carol was not the mysterious phone voice after all. Actually, okay, hang on. Okay, if it's not too readable, 1 second. I know what I'll do then. Where are you? Where are you? Image. Okay. Here we go. This is better. This is better, chat. So we've got, Chris is woken up by Sans. Pure Crystal and Twisted Sword can be made. Carol was not the mysterious phone voice after all. Festival is past the police tape. Friend Inside Me, because I had to include that. Festival is an all-caps song name. I'll get to the relevance of that later, when we do the Chapter 4 deep dive. Susie apartment reveal. Onion Sun is still alive. Close your eyes. Okay, that's kind of a crack theory, actually. So one thing I'm hoping for in Chapter 5, potentially, because Chapter 3 was very Chris-focused, Chapter 4's Secret Boss stuff was very Susie-focused. I really want Chapter 5 Secret Boss stuff to be more Rousey-focused. It would kind of piss me off if that doesn't happen, like low-key a little bit. So, I'm hoping there is a moment in Chapter 5 where Rousey is alone with the player. Because I think that would be really fucking interesting to see happen at some point. What does it look like when he does not have to mask around Chris and Susie about what he knows, like, fully? Because he absolutely knows about the player. There's no fucking way he doesn't at this point. Azrael returns. Carol and or Asgore crash out. Weird Route just fucking ends the game in Chapter 5. The free space is Asgore walked into church the previous night. I'm a little bit bold making this a free space. However, Alvin literally did say that, like, Asgore comes to church at night. And I feel like that's a pretty interesting piece of information to provide, given that the church was left in the state that it was in after the Dark World was sealed. So I think there's something already interesting to happen there. Aborted Weird Route becomes actually important. More Gaster dialogue. LV and the Light World can increase. New all-caps files. I only now feel like I should have made the Roaring and Asgore walking into church switch places, because now I think the Roaring is pretty much the free spot at this point. Given what Toby has said about this being like the, come on guys, let's have like one more fun adventure. It's okay. Nothing bad is going to happen chapter, pretty much. Asgore gets attached to Rousey. Mike payoff. Friend payoff. The green... Okay, that I will get to in Chapter 4. That's one thing you'll see later. Magic Axe special function effect that I'll also mention later. Hometown Sewer. Festival Manhole. Basically, just what if Roots area is like the sewer. Another 100 Argentinian peso from Starlight, thank you. We love sauce theory. We are all firm sauce theory believers. Real sauce theory patriots will respond with the sauce shall remain. It's true. It's true. You can thank my partner for this, but I will not elaborate. And then finally, Eggplant Line ends in Chapter 5. I think it's a pretty simple board, all things considered. I don't think anything in here is too crazy. I like keeping my guesses very reasonable, but also, you know, just reaching enough so that, like, not all of it is a fucking bingo. What's the image behind the free space? I think it was just, like, a save point looking thing. But yeah, that's what I have for theories, predictions, like, at a baseline, but we will, go over that in, a good bit later. We have, like, the whole of Chapter 3 and then all of Chapter 4 and the weird route to do, so, yeah. Also, thank you, Image Friend. You're real as fuck. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you officially. But yeah, that is where I'm at with it. €2 from Sister Rose. Mad Mew Mew Chapter 5? I legit think Mike might be her. I can see that. No, absolutely, I can see that. When you said... I forgot I said that about Asgore and Alfie's. That Asgore and Alfie's get together. I flashed back to the Mad Mew Mew line about finding your dad cute and was struck with a terrible vision. Uh-oh. I mean, we're gonna meet Asgore at a very Japanese time in his life, so... I'm... Be prepared for anything is all I can say, honestly. But yeah, I think that's all I have to say with, like, where we are right now. Within this stream, basically, I assume if you're watching this, then you have a decent idea what the gist is. Basically, Chapter 5 is incoming, and I would like to, before it's out, because I don't have videos ready, unfortunately, because this year has kind of sucked ass for doing anything that isn't game dev for me, frankly. I wanted to still do, like, some format of getting all my observations out of the way, for y'all. And so this is what these streams are, as we going through and replaying the chapters to prepare my save files, but also, like, frankly, just surface level, like, yapping about it. $20 from Cybless Scout. Thank you, thank you. Chris is a big nerd. I agree. It's fucked up. I have basically, like, 4 free spaces on that board now. Because, like, there's Sauce Theory, there's the Asgore going into church thing, there's the Roaring now, but now there's also just, like... Okay, like, just to be totally clear, I think Chapter 5 is Toby's just fully, like, fucking Toho maxing chapter tribute. I think it is him literally just going, what is the most Toho thing I could possibly do as, like, a fun little thing to do before the game goes completely to shit? And I think that's what the Flower King Dark World is going to be. With, like, maybe a little bit of a Western flavor added to it, but definitely at least the first area or so is going to be profoundly Toho. I can tell. I haven't even fucking played any, but, like, I know people that know a lot about it. What is Sauce Theory? That is not for me to reveal. You know what it is. Let me also get the game on screen real quick. If you're not familiar with the format here, basically, I am more or less... I'm trying to get as much of this working on this, like, monitor setup as possible. I'm trying my best to make sure it's not, like, too blurry either, but apologies if so. More than anything, these streams assume that you, are very familiar with this game so far. It is not intended to be a first playthrough of the game or anything, or a first watch through. So, overall, I'm just here to replay it in the app as I go, and hopefully the atmosphere of the stream will suffice in that regard. Even, you know, if a bit of clarity is perhaps sacrificed along the way. I made my first theory video in response to the last of these streams. Holy shit! That's really good to hear. Fucking hell, it's only been like, what? How many days? Like, 5 days? Something like that? That's awesome. I wonder how many people are on right now. I didn't know, how many people were watching the stream until much later. 500, goddamn. That's very impressive. Holy shit. It was nice to see you all here. Yes. For this stream, I was originally going to try to do 1 per chapter, but I can tell that is not going to happen, so the plan right now, if people don't know, is basically I did the first one on Friday, went through the majority of the chapter. This one I'm finishing chapter 3, and I'm going to give my overall takeaway on it. The next one will be my chapter 4 normal playthrough, at least as much of it as possible. And then probably this coming Sunday is going to be the last one of these streams, which will be my Weird Rat playthrough, and then overall takeaway on fucking everything going into chapter 5, including the thank you ARG that we are patiently awaiting a new correspondence for at this moment. Are we going to add a pin count for VHS visuals? In just a sec, I'm going to do that. Holy shit, another 21 quid from Chris. God damn. People are fighting in the donos. What the fuck? What are my pronouns? Literally any, all? I don't care. Before I go for the evening, just know that Side Creature is so silly and is literally made of cardboard because they're a box made to put food in. Haha, nerd. I am merely reading the donations. I am not involved in this dispute. Any, all, or literally any, all. You could call me it's, and now it still apply very well to me. I generally don't care. I am an entity that just exists to exist. I joked with my friends when I transitioned that you can't misgender me if I go by any... Exactly! You get it. I remember back last year during your 1 and 2 playthrough, you had an entirely different setup where you had an outside camera. I did, yeah. Because that was before I, like, had this setup ready. But I wanted to do something, like, a little bit more interesting, and so I did, like, the very, how do I call it? Like, early 2010s, 2000s YouTube vibe of pointing a camera at the TV and as, like, a Let's Play. I just like, I'm very fond of that. I have a lot of nostalgia. Also just a lot of fun for that kind of format. It's a dead art. So I wanted to do something interesting with that. But I do like this setup a lot more. I think it's a good middle ground of, like, crunchy, but also, like, you know, still, you know, somewhat readable. I'm gonna go for a funny walk, but I will be around. Also, it fits you, I think. You're a creature in a very similar way to me. I can agree, honestly. I think we share that in common. You're more bird, I'm more bunny in that regard, interface. Alright. With that said, I suppose there's not really much to say, so I'm gonna actually get the chapter started up real quick. Let me also change the audio to now desktop proper, because I want to hear the game a little bit better. Hopefully the audio is balanced and nothing is too quiet or too loud. I might have to make the game actually maybe a tad louder? How's this? How are we doing? I need to bunny the fuck up more. Yes, you do. I'm swooping out of the air to take you away from stream. Haha! Try beating the roaring knight from 300 feet in the air. I'm sure nah, I'd win. I'm glad there's so many bunnies in chat. I'm extremely bunny. Yes. 25 hours of this. You can tell how much of this was me just yapping. That is 2 Brazilian dollar, I believe, from Hideo. Is pronoun maxing allowed? I don't see why not. We'll get started though. So this is about where we left off. I had literally just finished the sword route here. So, okay. I don't think there's anything I necessarily forgot to mention before I left off last stream. However, the last thing that I mentioned was more or less, what the fuck is going on with, like, the Shadow Mantle holder. And I think there's some points there that I could have, like, worded a lot more effectively compared to, you know, the more kind of lethargic state that I was in last time. But, basically recap of everything. I believe that the Mantle game is more or less just a sort of Rosetta Stone for Deltarune, like, in a meta sense. I think it's not exclusively signposting for the weird route, but for a lot of other interesting things, and the third Mantle game is, a whole lot of foreshadowing for shit that we are yet to understand, especially given stuff like the Black Deer and what Tenna was talking about. One thing that I forgot to mention about, like, what Tenna's dialogue, and, before we, like, fight the Mantle holder, is I think it's interesting. Well, it's a few things. For one, the dungeon itself, the Roots dungeon, I guess we can call it. It is the second time that we've seen basically what is, like, an emulation of an area that is, that seems to have a real version, because in Chapter 2 we had Digital Roots, which was the Queen's Basement, and then in this chapter we have Bit Roots. Both of which, to me, kind of strike me as, like, respective reflections to Spamped and Antenna of, like, something that they're bound by. It's like their own versions of, like, being stuck in the past, or stuck to some unattainable goal or version of something. Did you get the egg in the previous stream? I did. I said a lot of interesting shit about that in the last stream, if you want to take a look. However, I think that since we've already seen the idea of, like, an area with, like, roots as a theming twice now, both of which being basically, like, emulations, mimicries of it, it strikes me like there is possibly an official or a real roots area that we are yet to see, which is not the shelter necessarily, because we go into the shelter after we go through the Roots dungeon. 5 euros from Sister Rose again, thank you. Toriel is an angel name, Rock of God, Mount Ebit, and has the role of Erish Kigal, Nether Queen of Mount Kur. I think both games are inside god bodies. Interesting. I don't know what to do with that information, but that is interesting. But yeah, overall, like, I think there's, like, one takeaway basically is I think there's going to be an official version, but I think the mimicries we've seen are kind of meant to represent being stuck to, like, the past in some way, which I think it makes sense if, like, we see the official version of this in Chapter 5 as, like, a sub-area or secret area, because, like, who the fuck is more stuck in the past right now than Asgore, or Carol, or whatever? It's like, I think pretty much everyone in Hometown, to some extent, is a bit stuck in the past, but, like, this is Asgore we're talking about. That guy has not gotten over Toriel for even a second. So, and also has not gotten over Dessa's disappearance for even a second, so it only makes sense to me that, the official version would be more pertaining to Asgore and Dessa's disappearance, which also adds up, because the Bitroots dungeon is where we see the Black Deer that very likely is Des. The other thing I forgot to mention was, regarding, like, the Tenna dialogue. This could be nothing, right? But this more pertains to, like, the fact that Tenna believes that Spamton fucked him over because he flaked last second when about to tell him, like, you know, the big secret, how Spamton made it big. $5 from Toasted Potato. I think Ram disappeared after the mantle fight because they got used up. Interesting. So, I think it is very interesting. Because we don't really know precisely who called Spamton and who ditched Spamton, right? I think it is interesting the placement of everything in the Mantle game in that it focuses on who took the Shadow Mantle to begin with. But I think it's really interesting that it's right after Tenna gives his spiel about, like, you know, what his end of the fallout with Spamton looked like. It's right after that that we see the shelter and we see the Shadow Mantle holder. Which could be nothing. But a part of me feels like you could read that as, perhaps it was him pondering on all of this when literally right in front of him was the answer to why all of that happened, and it's the fact that whoever the Shadow Mantle holder is the one that is responsible for perhaps reaching out to Spamton in the first place. Maybe. That's my storytelling writing brain doing its magic there, because I look at the way that stuff is placed in a story and I think, that is an interesting order. How come you did it like that? And so that's one moment of it that kind of stuck out to me. But the main thing that I feel like I could have worded a little bit better was regarding the Shadow Mantle holder. So, basically, the main question that pertains to it is literally, it's two things, really. It's, who the fuck is the Shadow Mantle holder? Because like, when you look at everything that is presented, it does read to me very much so like you know, the person with the character isn't literally the Shadow Mantle. The character took the Shadow Mantle. Somebody took it. The mantle itself wasn't sentient. It's the fact that somebody took it. And we can talk about, you know, stuff like King's mantle flying away on its own after we defeat the king. And maybe, you know, I could see that having some merit because Toby commented on it in, like, the Chapter 1 stream, like, years and years ago. But I try to keep my mind open about it because it's such an ambiguous topic that I have a really hard time, like, fully buying into it. Cool mantle, bro. Cool mantle, bro. But, like, the main thing literally is just, like, what the fuck? Who is the Shadow Mantle holder, then? Who is the person that took it? And when looking at the dialogue and looking at the way everything is presented, I know one really popular guess is that the holder is Ram, as in, like, perhaps the mantle holder is Ram's sprite for whenever he plugs himself into the game. And something I said in the last stream was more or less, like, I personally think he had good intentions in mind for Chris. I think, what I meant to say was more so just, like, even if I think that's the case, that definitely doesn't change the fact that he still, especially if he is the one that was, like, holding the mantle, and considering that he just up and fucking vanished, I think there's definitely room for him to be very attached to a specific version of Chris that isn't exactly present anymore. But regardless of who I think, like, the literal identity of the mantle holder is, the thing that I was, like, really fixated on was, I think that the mantle holder is kind of another flavor of the idea that Toby's played with in these games, of there being, like, a demon that comes when you call its name. It was like this with Kara in Undertale, you know, with, like, doing the genocide run, and that being basically, in my opinion, like, basically representative of the player that you always have been in this genre of game. Erase this pointless world and move on to the next. You've exhausted everything. You did the thing that a player like you always does. So why are you wishing to restore it? What's the point? It interrogated that, but the mantle holder less interrogates the player, and more so interrogates Chris, the protagonist, instead. They're not interested in interrogating us because we're already putting in the effort here. They don't need to talk to us, but they are very fixated on Chris. And specifically on this sort of feeling of essentially just like, so I think I missed a donation? $5 from Pal again. Evil Mysterious Spamton Caller gonna contact Asgore like an election trucking. It's true. 2 euros again from Sister Rose. Everyone is backstage with a controller. Yeah. But, like, between, like, all the devil imagery with the mantle holder as is, but also, the vending machine, selling the smiles just outside of it, that literally, in wording, referenced the, like, the demon text from the Undertale code, which was, like, the greetings, I, your humble servant, will follow you to the utmost, which was, like, clearly meant to be Kara speaking. It's very likely so. It kind of struck me as, like, I think there was meant to be a connection drawn in that there is a very devilish nature to them. And my theory overall with the mantle holder, regardless of the literal identity of, like, you know, as a Darkener, is I think that they are quite literally what Chris used to be. And so in Chris basically going into their own psyche through the mantle game, kind of, they're invoking that again, inadvertently, by trying to get the mantle. So I think that, I personally think that, like, what, the mantle holder essentially is what Chris used to be, and is what is asking Chris to basically go, like, how come you don't have, like, you know, real fun like you used to? How come you're not the prankster that you used to be? What happened to the days where you wore that headband? Which for all we know, with the imagery presented in Mantle, I think the mantle holder could very well be that headband made into a Darkener. They might have lost it in the shelter, and it became its own thing, essentially. Doing what I do when pondering, walking in circles for no reason. My fingers need to do something. Which, is the main reason I kind of take contention with Ram being the mantle holder, is less so like, oh, I think Ram had better intentions, but more so, I think, at best, it makes it a situation where he had good intentions, but is just misguided, and so more aggressively projected that through the mantle holder. But it's one of those things that, like, frankly, I feel is meant to be extremely ambiguous. Everything about the ending of the Mantle game feels very ambiguous and very just, like, it made a statement on the nested nature of this game and basically saying, it doesn't really matter how many layers in you are, what you're feeling is still real. Chris still took real damage from trying to beat it at the end of the day. But I think in terms of what actually literally happened, I mean, we see Ram was about to petrify, but we don't see his statue when we're done, which implies that he just kind of disappeared or had something happen that was a little bit more than just being petrified, which is very concerning, especially when taking into account where the fuck did the mantle Chris go? Like, even if you try to consider, like, Susie having disconnected it on like a few variants of that final scene. It's very ambiguous, is what I mean. Maybe Hero's sword kidnapped Ram, but I feel like it's like we're just barely given enough details to make us think that something more happened, but not enough to actually confirm what happened, and that's what gets me about that scene. I think this is one of those things that's like, either it's just never gonna get followed up on, or it intentionally was left extremely blank, and we're going to get the context for this later in the game, which could be, honestly, not even until Chapter 6. I don't even know if Chapter 5 is going to answer this, frankly. Like, it could, but I'm not really hinging on it at this point. Yeah, like, what the fuck did the Dust Bunny see? That's, like, what it comes down to, is what had them that terrified of what they saw? I think it's very probable that we're not quite done with the implications of Mantle or the Sword Root. Is more or less my takeaway from it. How are we doing on points? I think we're still good on that. That is, like, more or less my takeaway. It is extremely fascinating. I did, like, in my, like, more formal scripts for, like, the videos that I was going to make, I went into quite a bit of detail, and I think Ram is also a really fascinating character, in that I think he satisfies the like, part of, like, the secret bosses in the chapters that involves, like, the being treated as, like, disposable or easy to discard nature. And Ram is a really interesting case of that, because it's like, well, what's more easily forgettable than the power strip that you know, powers all of your electronics? You don't really think about that when you're thinking about the things that bring you joy. It's very in character, to me, that for probably the, like, insane amount of work that Ram might have, like, been able to put into this dark world, being, like, a helper of Tenna's, and for all we know, maybe part of the reason that, like, the consoles in this dark world even could work in the first place, because, like, I think it's important to note, after the Sword Root, the consoles don't work anymore in the dark world. After you complete it, the consoles do not turn on. At least when Ram is petrified, the consoles still power on. But when he's just gone, like, they don't turn on, and it kind of implies to me, like, as if there's maybe a correlation between his presence in the dark world and the consoles working. Was he the thing that was powering all of that? Like, I definitely am in the boat, personally, if I don't think we're done with him. Because it feels really ambiguous, especially considering that by the end of his arc, so to speak, he literally tells Chris, like, hey, I saw you make that fountain. I saw you do it. Why did you do that? Like, if it wasn't for fun, then why did you do it? I think we're not done with him. Whether that's in the form of him being the one that took the mantle, or something else entirely, I think we're not done. And I hope we're not done, because I think he's a really interesting character, and if anything, I'm just like, damn, I want to know what's going on with this fucking thing. I feel like we only just kind of got started to doing so. That's kind of where I'm at with the Sword Root. And I think, like, in the last stream, that's, like, about all I really had to say. Like, I went in depth as much as I could in the stream, so again, you can watch that if you're curious. The other thing I want to talk about does involve the egg, and I mentioned it very in-depth what my thoughts are on it, but basically, I think the Chapter 3 egg room and the way you get to it basically confirms to me that I think the Forgotten Man and the egg rooms are meant to be a diegetic version of unused content. I think when we went into Man Country and, you know, did that whole sequence of events, that was us doing like a diegetic glitch to take us to an unused room in the game, which would explain why we got Light World Chris initially, because that's what happens when you load into a default unused room, without like any specification on what sprites you're going to do for the player controller. Essentially, I think the Forgotten Man, in like the dialogue in the Chapter 3 room, was basically talking to the player about where all the other eggs were, and also going into detail about what struck me, at least, as pretty much implications that we are taking a peek into like a prototype version or iteration of the Deltarune program. And the reason that Gaster seems to take issue with it is because we basically are breaking the program's functionality a little bit. In going to the egg rooms, the program freaks out and it doesn't know what to do. Hence why we see what we do. And also explaining why the Forgotten Man can't speak to us in the first few egg rooms, because he was not built with the program layer's current functionality in mind. He was built for an earlier version, a version where the whole world looked like Man Country did. Which could extend to like the Sword Route and Mantle game, and why that looks the way that it does. I think it is extremely intentional that only through an entirely different like user interface is the Forgotten Man able to talk to us. Thank you for the 2. What dollars is that? That is 2. Let me see here. I think that's... Yeah, I think that is 2 Australian dollars from Mr. Creep Pasta, thank you. And $5 from Con Shop First. Ram and Irium are 2 halves kept apart. A superficial, rosy view of the past versus a Persona 4 Shadow Self's real view of hidden parts. ROM Hack Chapter 5? Potentially. I could see that. Also, thank you. I'm glad that you like the model. I have an idea, 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 I have an... Thank you, Combinia13. Bye. Thank you for the $5 from Broccoli for Brocklu Glasses. Thank you. What are your thoughts on Eggman speaking in hiragana, not kanji in Japanese version? I don't know enough about Japanese to necessarily have, like, much of an opinion on that, but I know that is apparently pretty unusual, potentially. I'm not too well-versed to, like, have much other than, thought-provoking. I'm sure that was very intentional. But, like, overall, I mention all of this about the egg room because the one thing that I still have to do, actually, is involving the gumball machine. And I'm not going to comment too much on everything about what I'm about to do just yet, but basically, my takeaway is the egg plotline is us going to a diegetic out of bounds, past the trees, past the boundaries of the world in the program, to something that not even Gaster intended for us to see. Basically, in going into the egg rooms, that is nowhere. That is the concept of nowhere made manifest. I mean this in the kindest way possible. The combo of you talking and this music playing is making me exceptionally sleepy. That's good. Thank you. I'm glad to hear it. I want this to be cozy for people more than anything. It is honestly very flattering to know that like my voice has that quality to it. But yeah, that's more or less my takeaway is on Sword Route and Egg Room stuff. The Egg Room, the main thing, my take is that the Egg Rooms are diegetic unused content, and we are going out of bounds in a way that is, like, relevant to the game and its meta-narrative. and all the stuff surrounding it. With that said, we have one more little thing to do before we go to the end of the game, and talk about that can of worms. But this one little thing, now that we've discussed the egg rooms, is something that I think is especially interesting. So this is one thing that I learned inadvertently through Andrew's server at the time that Chapter 3 was out. This was the one thing not even I could have fucking intuited. I don't know how people guessed this, other than complete just fuck it, what would happen? Just by sheer luck thinking, what if I put this amount? So this fucking secret is insane. If you put, basically, you can only put in points in increments of 5 or 50. If you have over a certain amount of points, and you put in specifically 1, 2 to 5 points, this happens. The screen just kind of breaks, and in a very similar way to the egg rooms, as you might notice, Susie and Rousey are not with us. In fact, what's even more interesting, they're not even in the party menu. I didn't even check that. They're not even in the party menu. Which I don't think is like the egg rooms in that regard. We also can't leave the room. However, we can go into the ball machine. And doing so, we are taken to this room, which, is effectively a maze. This is just full-on Yumi Nikki maze bullshit. Looping in all sides and all, which is, I have to say, for Game Maker, very impressive, because this is an easy thing to do in RPG Maker, I think. This is a pain in the ass in Game Maker. I looked at the room, the way they did this in, the actual room map, and it is so involved. With, my little experience, at least. But as you can tell, this is just a looping room. This is a maze area, and, you're meant to just kind of run around aimlessly, as FindHer.ogg is playing, mind you. Which is, this is the one place where this song actually plays that we heard from the sweepstakes years ago. But eventually, you might think you hit a collision, only to realize you didn't. You can just kind of walk around this entire room out of bounds, and you can just go full Yumi Nikki, just running. Here's the meta, by the way. If you ever play a Dream Diver, anything of the like a dream exploration game, if you get a big looping room like this, go diagonal. If you want to explore the full breadth of it as quick as possible, that's the easiest way you're gonna do that. But eventually through enough, also thank you for the $2 Brazilian again. Ooh. Eventually, after enough just meandering around, you will find something. The path here narrows a bit. I don't even know how you'd manage to get here without going out of bounds. It's a very particular path. You really would have to just run around for a good bit here, but it narrows, and we now see a blue gumball machine. Interacting with it, you use the machine. The capsule came out. Inside was something hard like lacquer. It was a small, dark triangle, which, given the context of everything, this is very likely to be potentially, at least in first guess, a guitar pick. You tried to take it, but it slipped through your hand, and you couldn't find it anymore. you couldn't find your hand. Susie and Rousey join you again after you leave the room. But a few things about this. One of the fortunes from the ball machine mentions there being like something like a small dark triangle. And Chris puts it back into the machine when they see it. They recognized what it was and they didn't open it. Another thing, and this is a big fucking deal because this wasn't in Chapter 3 initially. If you did the sword route before getting the egg, you would not be able to access the egg anymore, because if you did not have the trip ticket, you wouldn't be able to access the console anymore since they were all powered off, and you couldn't access it in order to get the trip ticket. After one of the updates to Chapter 3, this was amended by now having an alternative way to get the trip ticket. And the alternative way to get it is by doing this secret and interacting with where the gumball machine once was. If I did not do the egg previously, this is where I would get the trip ticket. I need you to understand the implications here. The secret involving 1225 and Des, involving a dark triangle that slipped through Chris's hand, where they couldn't find it anymore, now has a very clear tie, not just because of that, but also because of the nature of this whole room. The fact that Susie and Rousey just disappear, and they don't comment on what Chris just saw, or the fact that Chris disappeared, very similarly to the way that the egg rooms work. There is now an explicit tie between whatever the fuck happened with Des and how we get to the egg rooms. I've established here that I think that the egg rooms are diegetic unused content. It is how you get to nowhere. It's how you go out of bounds in the meta-narrative sense. One of the things that the Bibliox even says is that it is better to go nowhere on your own. It's not wise to go nowhere with somebody else. I think that this event may be perhaps a memory that Chris had of trying to go nowhere with Des. Through the shelter, what have you. I think this is their recounting of seeing Des go out of bounds. And I was talking with Andrew about this, like, months ago when I was, like, writing about this part. And he said something really interesting in that, like, perhaps it's not, like, Chris losing their hand, but rather, if you are nowhere, right, and you go out of bounds, and you go somewhere where you can't feel or be tangible anymore, the first thing that you would try to look for, right, from like from your perspective, would be to see where your hands are. That's like usually the first thing you try to look at is like, where are my feet? Where are my hands? Where am I? Imagine trying to, like, you know, explore, and you can't find your body. No hands are connected. Nothing is, like, there's nothing there. So I think this is... I think it's just interesting. This is perhaps a memory that they had of what it felt like to become a fucking ghost, like somebody said in chat. So I think that's what this is. I think that's what this might be. With the fact that this is connected to the egg rooms, I think it's really fascinating that this connection has been made. Because now there is a clear tie between the way the egg plotline works and how Des might have disappeared, and how Chris witnessed it happen. And that dark triangle is basically the kind of symbol for what that felt like. Trying to reach for Des, only for them to become lost with her for just a moment. It could be totally literal regarding Chris losing their hand. Like, maybe they do... Listen, maybe it is just Adventure Time. Maybe they get their fucking arm cut off. I don't know. But I think... Did I misgender? If so, I apologize. I usually don't. But, that's what I think this is. And that's the most I can say, for now, because we're not done with, everything I have to say regarding that. However, that is fascinating to me. And I think that is a huge fucking piece of evidence for the idea of the egg rooms meant to be like a diegetic way to go out of bounds. I think it's especially interesting that in the third chapter, the most obscure secrets in this fucking chapter have involved basically doing something that makes the program freak out. In a way that I only have seen it freak out when trying to input Gaster's name into the fucking name select. Des is being given, like, the Gaster treatment almost of, in trying to invoke her in some parts, the program doesn't know what to do. It's trying to find something that doesn't exist, and so it just kind of... It just kind of flips. So with that, that's all I have to say on it. And we can now move on to the end, which, well, I have plenty of things to say about the end, but to start, we do have the Tenna boss fight to do first. How are we doing on food? We're doing pretty good. So let's, did you do the mantle fight? I did? Let me actually check if I've equipped it. Yeah. In terms of, the storage and stuff, I should be equipped on everything, except for, like, food items. But we're gonna handle that after the Tenna fight. I love this part a lot. Oh my god! December! I think it's crazy that this is the closest we're ever gonna get to canon Asriel and Des appearances in this fucking game at the moment. Please, Asriel, show up in Chapter 5, I'm begging you. I really like this part a lot because, like, it really goes to show, I think, just how much I think to some extent Chris's does feel fueled in some sense by nostalgia for how things kind of used to be. I think while they have a little bit of, like, mixed feelings about Tenna, given the nature of how Tenna was reawakened, because of the way this chapter, like, the whole purpose of this chapter was to stall and to buy time. This whole part of it is just... this is another reason this chapter is my favorite, because it also strikes a very personal chord of being extremely much more, like, filled with whimsy, but at the same time, I think I've described it in, like, my own writing as it feels like the embodiment of kind of distracting yourself with, like, a comfort game or show while you're hearing an argument in the other room muffled. It's a very specific feeling. But it portrays that feeling, I think, very well in the form of this chapter for me. And that's me partially projecting my own experiences onto this chapter, but, like, god damn. By the way, when people start disappearing from this room, note that the first and second person that disappear are Des and Carol. It's Des, Carol, Asgore, Noelle, Rudy. But the first person that disappears is Des. Tenna just got awakened. Is it by Rook? This fight, I don't have too much to say about it. I know there's some very interesting interactions with the boss items, particularly the Dealmaker and Jevel's Tail, if I recall. Nothing too stand out, other than the fact that, I think some of the flavor text has seemingly spammed in talking, which implies, it's him implying that he knows that Tenna's gonna get his shit rocked after this fight by the knight, or something. Which is pretty funny to me. Sadly, he's quite fragile. Body's so small and frail. Body's so sick and small. I want him so bad, real as fuck, me too. Ugh. Alright. I do love this fight a lot, though. It's really cool. I love this one too. The fucking little tennis is really funny. Ooh. Okay. This deck's a little fucked up. Oh shit, how did I do that? The fuck? That was kinda clean, what the fuck? Oh hell yeah, we got 2 now. Ouch. Nice. I think another little thing about this fight that I forgot to mention is, if you had done the sword route and you attack Tenna as Chris, Chris does a lot more damage to him compared to if you didn't do the sword route, which is pretty interesting, but, I think it tracks given what you do to Tenna in the Mantle game, I suppose. I can't really think of much else other than that, though. Oops. Oh boy. Fuck. Isn't that a little bit why you... Oh. That dialogue is weird. Sorry, that was out of line, huh? Some of the dialogue, again, it's like just ever so slightly weird in a way that's like, I can't quite pin down on its own, but like... It's just so much vague posting and for what? Oh. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get you some more health there. And then this should begin. Oh yeah, and then this last part is also interesting. Ooh. Nice. I almost did that hit list. That was pretty impressive. And there we go. Alright. That fight's done, and this part is a little bit interesting. Yeah, the channel counter. Watch this, because... mildly weird detail. It stops at channel 66, for whatever reason. Also, that used to fucking glitch out so much, because instead of just switching to the backgrounds, like the static overlay didn't work for, like, several versions, and it would just show, like, a GameMaker texture group instead. Which I know people initially were trying to make stuff of it, but it was just a weird fucking visual glitch, unfortunately. And then, all the themes in this chapter about the purpose of, like, fiction and engaging with it, and really the value in it compared to the real thing, kind of come full circle here, because Rousey and Susie try to comfort Tenna, and Rousey kind of is very nihilist and fucking so lacking of self-worth, especially lacking of, like, any worth for Darkners, that he basically is just like, what's the point of, you know, having them worry about us? We're just fictional, and none of this is real at the end of the day. But, you know, as we see, like, later... As we see in a bit, this is kind of countered, because Susie's response to all of this is basically just, okay, and? It still feels real to me, so what's the fucking difference? It's like Rousey's whole thing here is, like, genuinely he's trying to be helpful, but it also is a bit of a self-report on how he sees himself. And maybe it's a little bit concerning, considering he has knowledge. So maybe he has some foresight here that would justify him being this nihilistic, but... or at least explain it a little better. Not even foresight, but rather just an idea of what may happen. In Chapter 5, even. And my god, I just want to say, because, like, you know, now I think it's easy to take for granted. Do you know how fucking happy I was that we finally learned Susie's deal in this part? Before Chapter 3, we literally had no idea just what the fuck Susie's, like, backstory was. I'm so glad we have that now. I'm so glad we do. It was driving me a little bit fucking insane. I love her so much. I was thinking of you as I got to this part. Oh my god. First time actually catching you live. Hi, hello. I know it's not what the knight wants. I love so much that this game so quickly tackles like the whole escapism dilemma. Like, you know, how like healthy it is to engage with it, and basically just goes, that's nothing. Like, that's an easy question to answer. Who gives a shit? If it makes you feel something, why does it matter if it's real or not? That said, though, okay. Time to equip all of the fucking revivements I've been stocking up on so far. We're gonna need them. We are gonna need them. And the spin cake. Maybe this as well. Anything else I could get? Probably, like, I guess the light candy. I wouldn't really use the tension max, necessarily. I will be saving, don't worry. I'll just use the remaining stuff for food things, then. My gear loadout, I'm not really too worried about optimizing the gear. I think it's pretty decent. It's so fucking funny how much, by the way, from another 5 Australian from Mr. Creepy Pasta, it's so fucking funny how much Chapter 3 seems like Chris Snake confirmed, and then at the final hour, it's like, nope, Lamau, here she is, yep. Yep. Just before even continuing. Oh, fuck, you know something I should do? I know I'm a bit of a stickler about this, but yeah, I was gonna convert the points. Exchange. No, that's money into points. That's not what I'm doing. I think it's in the other one, then? Yeah, it probably is, actually. One sec. Is this you? Yes. And that's like the most I can exchange. I'm gonna get to who I think the knight is in a second. We'll get to that in a bit. But, with that done, I think it's very funny because before Chapter 3 came out, I was under the impression that, like, okay, Chapter 3 is taking place before even the next day in the story happens. It takes place over the course of that night. So what happens at the end of the 3rd chapter, then? Because it all happens on the same night. Like, does it... I feel like it... Something feels weird, like, about the way it would end. I don't feel like it would just end on another weird cliffhanger, like the same way Chapter 1 and 2 did. But this was during the time that everyone kind of believed that we would not hear shit about the Roaring or the Knight's identity until, like, Chapter 5. We could not have been more wrong, could we? We could not have been more wrong. Thank you for the 22 Turkish liras from Komanji. €2 from Sister Rose. The Atlantis board preview looks like the Knight. I did recruit everyone as far as I know. We're good. I was genuinely almost in denial at this, and then I see the Roaring Knight appear in the text, and I genuinely was just... I was in awe! Because what the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? So, a few things. And I'm expecting to probably die here, and I actually kind of have to for reasons you'll see in a second. So, the thing that's interesting already about this fucking fight, the check, before even using it, it says useless analysis, which is interesting. I was not expecting the Knight to appear so early. I was not expecting it to have this appearance, but this appearance is interesting because it shares, it shows the kind of the aesthetic that the friend androgyny looking thing, as well as the mantle holder have. which is worth showing later. Chris analyzed the enemy, but Chris couldn't learn anything. Already the first sign here, they already know who this is. The music is too loud. 1 second, lower. I am intending to probably die first, just so you know. If I do too good, I'm gonna probably let myself die because I kind of have to. You felt something hovering close behind your head. I'm sure that's, you know, too subtle. Now we do hold breath. Their heartbeat quickened and the soul now moves faster. The north wind blew fiercely. And yeah, no, like, this entire thing is meant to be treated like this is an impossible fight. Should I just intentionally let myself die? I think that's what I'm gonna do, actually. Because I need to show you something here. Initially, the first time that you die to the knight, it just continues on as if nothing happened. You know, it just continues on because this is meant to be a scripted loss, right? If you have completion data and you die, something happens that we haven't seen ever happen before, and it's the fact that Gaster fucking intervenes. Where we would otherwise get a game over, and in any other sense, the game could have just, I don't know, given an additional option in the game over, just like in a subtle way to say like, oh hey, just spawn immediately right before the fight. Gaster feels it's interesting enough for him to intervene and say something. Even saying that losing this seems to be guaranteed. Because it's meant to give off the impression that that this is an impossible fight. And you wouldn't really think anything of it initially, but then you remember, perhaps, what Sham said in the end of Chapter 2. That the next Shadow Crystal may very well be impossible, especially without the Shadow Mantle. And Gaster even says, if you don't have the mantle, he even says, like, you're missing something important. With how rarely he ever fucking talks in this game, it is extremely important to me that he takes this moment to be a time for him to intervene. Even asking if since we are so determined to try once more, shall we hasten? So here's my opinion on this. This is a huge piece of evidence for what I had said in, like, I think part 3. In that I think the main thing that Gaster is interested in is the Shadow Crystals. Because this is where we get the Shadow Crystal in this chapter, is the Knight. Would it not be against the Knight's interests that the guy programming all of this is giving us an easy in to getting the Shadow Crystal and extracting it from the Knight? Doubly so would it not be against the Knight's interests that, we are able to acquire the Shadow Mantle at all. I think it's easy to kind of assume that the Knight is fully in cahoots with Gaster, but there's something weird to me about the fact that Gaster goes against the Knight's interests and makes it easier for us to break the Knight's script. Bloody Bees, $5, thank you. Meanwhile, there's people that beat the Knight without the mantle. I beat it before it got nerfed. It's scary. But the Knight, in relation to the other, like, secret bosses, the other Shadow Crystal bosses, is really interesting to me, because where the first couple, Jebel and Spamton, were kind of all about, specifically, the concept of freedom and wrangling with this idea of becoming something beyond yourself and then coming back to your original form and being unable to undo the knowledge that you have gained of what it was like to be something beyond yourself, something that you will never get to ever truly be permanently. I think it's interesting that it makes sense too. Of course, the fucking knight would be the next, like, step in this. So the next couple were those two extreme ends of a character deciding to go with the madness and say that nothing matters and you can do whatever the fuck you want because it's all a game, versus the other end, Spamton, which was obsessed with trying to become that thing beyond himself and wanted to do that by any means necessary, literally becoming God. Of course, then the third step in that is the source of it, in a sense, the embodiment of that beyond. Something we're going to see with the Knight so far is, I think the Knight's entire deal is that they are the script. They are the reason you are staying in line, which goes directly against what Gaster does here of letting us fight the Knight more easily. Because the Knight is clearly meant to be here to do a quick and easy job, get rid of the fun gang, and go on with the story as it's supposed to go. However, overall, the first introduction here to the Knight is literally a scripted loss because we are meant to lose to them in order to progress the plot as intended. So keep that in mind, right? Oof. Oof. That attack, by the way, I want to say something about that attack, because that attack is so fucking interesting to me. In every boss in this game so far, we've seen them fuck with the battle box pretty consistently. This is the first time that we see a boss so fucking powerful they are breaking the user interface, in a sense. And considering what the Knight is capable of doing later, that is it holding back. For perspective on just how much this thing is ahead of us in terms of, like, what it is capable of, holding back, this thing is barely managing to not destroy the means that we are interfacing with DELTARUNE. This thing is ahead of us in so many fucking ways we can't comprehend. And then here, they hold their breath again, and then they just smile, as basically the breath leaves and nothing happened. Again, they don't want us to get too much of an edge on it. This attack used to be pretty fucking bad. Am I able to... Fuck, I can't heal a prayer with that. Let me do that with... Oof. And then Susie starts talking here finally. Oh. What happened to my fucking phone? Hello? 1 second. My VTuber stopped working. There we go. Now it's working. Oh. Fuck. By Brazilian from Legit Gameplay question, why click the mantle to Chris instead of Susie? I'm usually used to putting it on Chris. I do know it makes a slight, like, improvement, but I've been able to do this even with Chris having the mantle, so, like, as long as it's on somebody, it's usually pretty okay. But I mean, if I have, like, any particular issues, then I can switch it over at some point. That's not gonna be too bad of a problem for me. I'm trying to get used to the fucking muscle memory of all that. We're gonna want that revive dust for sure. Oh! Ah, shit! Oh, man. Well... yeah, revive dust is only so useful, unfortunately. Well, I probably just want to put Susie up at least. And then here it is. It becomes evil. Okay. Rouse, get the fuck up. Oh. The diagonal ones are so fucking fucked. Wrong way. This theme is so good, too. Oof, oof, oof. Susie, get up, man. Come on. Christ. Actually, yeah, hang on. I have a better team heal. This one. Nope. Oh no, that is a better team heal. What the fuck am I saying? Fuck. Ugh. I'm not a fan of this attack. Ooh. Susie, get up. Oh shit. Okay, that's good. In that case... Rouse, get up. And then this attack is fucking crazy. We did it! I think. And then there we go. That is the knight. Which, also, image death obviously appears in this fight. Damn, the static doesn't work, unfortunately. The static audio's always had a weird issue with playing in this part. But we can see, like, it just kind of, like, glitching the fuck out here. And by the way, if I had died in that last attack, like the mega fuck-all attack, Gaster appears again, and something really interesting he says is, like, incredible. You nearly, like, you know, like, I felt it there. I nearly felt it there, like, that light, or whatever. Just a little further, pretty much. And, yeah, your power shining. And, again, it's so interesting that Gaster actually intervenes to basically tell us and nudge us in the direction of getting a shadow crystal. It's almost like that's what he's most interested in us doing or something. But then this scene is so fucking cool because it further demonstrates exactly what the knight, I think, is meant to reinforce in this game. Which is the linearity of it all. The kind of fatalism, the, like, even if you break off the path, you're going to be course-corrected really quickly. Because we actually get to land a dent in it. And then it just fucking slashes both Susie and Razé, swooning them, mind you, which is very unique. It's specifically the thing that, like, sends Susie and Razé to, like, negative 999 HP. Note how the cutscene, it cuts to black before the knight appears. As the knight basically reorchestrates the scene to make it look like we lost anyway. Mind you, you remember what I said, this thing is holding back the entire fucking time. This thing is holding back the entire time that it's doing this. That it was, like, doing this fight. And so I kind of like to think that in the moments where it's cutting to black, that's the knight basically obscuring our perspective and reorchestrating everything in order to make it look how the story is supposed to go. Is it not against the knight's interest that Gaster even nudged us in this direction? I think it's so interesting that immediately upon the introduction to this thing, Gaster is essentially implying and trying to get us to break the sequence a little bit for something more interesting. And then here's this moment, right? The whole fucking time, the knight's, like, just kind of sticking its hand out, trying to, like, I don't know, pull Toriel towards it. The second that Undyne appears, only then the knight just fucking guns it straight for Undyne and leaves. We know what the knight is capable of here. We understand that this entire time, this chapter has been to basically stall for the knight's appearance, and so the only question... You don't like they/them theory? I am indifferent. I don't really see what point it makes either way. That, like, the scene by itself doesn't already make. I don't know if it matters too much who did it. Like, kind of, but not in, like, the bigger picture, in my opinion. I'm indifferent to it. It could have been Knight, it could have been Chris, it could have been the Knight. I think it was the Knight, personally. But the Knight didn't want to wake up Toriel, I suppose, but it's like, if we were able to deal with it, and we are not powerful enough to, like, completely, like, overcome the Knight, what is Toriel going to do? Toriel would be a reasonable threat for Tenna. But, I mean, to be fair, yeah, we don't really know what would happen if Toriel woke up in the Dark World. We don't know for sure. But it's hard to imagine if we have a hard time dealing with the night. How is anyone in that world going to deal with the night? Oh yeah, and the knight's design too. I haven't even gone too into that with how fucking weird it is with the gastery looking hands. I think the knight absolutely has like some gaster coding going on, but I don't necessarily think it's like a fucking agent of gaster necessarily. I thought somehow we had for a moment that we'd be able to end the battle here and now. And then interacting with Toriel, instead of her sleeping peacefully, now her face contorted. It looks like she's having a nightmare, which is interesting that that's the case. But now, we get the Shadow Crystal, and also the Black Shard. We'll talk about the Black Shard at some point. We'll talk about the fucking Black Shard. Also, yeah, Chris's health is at 1. But with that, we now have the Black Shard, which also has a very unique icon to it. It doesn't have the normal sword icon. It also has, you know, we have the Shadow Mantle as well. But now we run. What does it mean to be asleep in the Dark World? That is true. There are implications to that. We also see something interesting. As we get closer to, like, basically the edge of this world and to the Great Door, we see Image Death pop up. Which, is evidence for something about what I think image depth might be in, like, a program layer sense, but that's, again, a Chapter 4 thing. But we then leave the Dark World through the Great Door. I love this fucking scene so much. Oh my god. So we see that Undyne was taken into the shelter with the doors closing right as we get to it. 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. I got quickly called for something for like a few seconds. Okay. So, I'm just gonna let this play. This completely fucking took me aback. I wasn't expecting this to have a fucking keypad, but it makes sense that it does. $5 from Wings of Elysium, thank you. How do you think the community would have reacted if we only got chapter 3 and this was our final impression? I think we would have started killing each other. People would have been pissed. I think people would have genuinely started thinking that, like, we would have gone into the shelter and seen it in chapter 4 or something. Oh god, it would be awful. No, I would have hated it. It also confirms, because we never really knew for sure, but we were only just pretty certain, that, yeah, no, there's been a Dark World in there for probably a long fucking time. So we get a lot about the shelter in the night here. In the chapter, by the way, that introduces the whole, like, keypad mechanic, there's basically 3 locks. We know that one is, you know, related to Carol and the holidays. We know that one is related to Asgore, or at least to the police station. And one that appears to be related to the church. Possibly Alvin or Gerson. So here's the thing. I don't think Chris opened it, necessarily. Maybe they did, but I don't think they did, because there's one little bit of text in this chapter, in the chapter that introduces the keypad mechanic. Every time that you enter a code in to open something that needs it, the narration has always said, you entered the numbers knowingly. It does not do that in this chapter. It doesn't do, rather, it doesn't do that in this scene. It interacts with the keypad to show us what's on it, but there's no clearer indication inherently that they opened it. Because we didn't enter them, there's been plenty of times that Chris has done something and the narration still accounts for it, while we're controlling Chris, at least. I think it's meant to be a little bit ambiguous, but I personally think, given that we are meant to know very little of anything about the shelter, I don't really know why Chris would know all the codes. Personally. There is, like, an intentional space after that that kind of implies that maybe they did, but I don't really know, and I'm still kind of doubtful of it. I feel like it makes more sense that it was open from the inside because, well, I mean, we know the Knight probably knows all of them, or at least they had to, because they had to have been in the shelter for a hot minute. Do you think they need all 3 codes to open it? Well, why would you need 3 codes if only one of them works? Or if only one of them is needed to work? If you have 3 codes and one of them works to, like, open it, then that's just 3 vulnerabilities, essentially. If you're having 3 codes for something like this, then it's because you're trying to delegate it to 3 people that are responsible for opening it together. That would be at least the original intention of making this kind of system with the keypad, I have to imagine. And I'm going to get more into the logistics of why I think that matters in Chapter 4's deep dive. But that was Chapter 3. Does anyone know what happens when you select keep playing? I assume it just... Oh, this you mean. It just kind of takes you to, like, the intro screen and save menu, which is where we want to be anyway. But, with that, we've actually completed Chapter 3 finally, so I can just leave this on for the time being. Fucking insane ending. Genuinely. I don't even know what to tell you about what I thought of the ending, just... I was completely fucking taken aback. I genuinely did not expect it to end on that note. I knew it would end, like, on a pretty, like, weird note, but not like that. Like, that was fucking insane. $5 from Dreaming of Kadaf. If the shelter pattern is so old, why is the school one pure, for lack of a better word? I don't know enough to really be sure of it. I'm still curious exactly how you make pure darkness. Fucking... Okay. So, before even getting into the identity of the night, I kind of want to go over just like the logistics of the whole scene, right? Because I suppose with it we may as well go back to even the chapter select. So, okay. With the, like, ending of this chapter, it kind of fully puts into context exactly what the whole point of Chapter 3 was in the bigger picture. And the point of it in the TV world was to reveal that Chris has been dealing with a conflict for a while. That being that they are working with the Fun Gang, but have also been conspiring with the Knight. And we're not entirely sure why yet, but there's multiple signs in the Knight fight that clearly suggest that they do not want to be too hard on it. Or maybe that they can't be. And they don't want us to know too much about who or what the Knight actually is. So this entire chapter was basically just a stall for the Knight to get here. And they needed specifically Toriel to be asleep. They needed Susie and Rousey to be present. But particularly, Chris slashed the tires of Toriel's car in Chapter 2, which led to Toriel calling the police. And the second that Undyne appears, the Knight doesn't do, like, the fucking weird pulling thing that it did with Toriel. It went straight for Undyne. So it's very clear to me, personally, that Chapter 3 all happened so that the Knight could get a hold of Undyne. And all of this was orchestrated to make that happen. Essentially. Because if that wasn't the case and it was meant to be Toriel, then why the fuck did they slash the tires? Why would you get the police's attention? And with that, that is a fucking baffling thing to learn, which is just that all of this was just to capture specifically Undyne. The only question, of course, is what the fuck was the Knight doing for the entirety of the chapter that had even Tenna going, hey, where the fuck is that guy? Where are you? Because even Tenna was like, where is that Knight? Where do they go? Like, why is this taking so long? I'm trying everything here to keep them distracted and it is taking its sweet fucking time getting here. Yeah, and also, where the fuck was Undyne? Was the Knight staking out and then Undyne was taking forever? They had to stop at Oava? Okay, that's a fair reason. Real as fuck. But, like, that is the main takeaway, is just, the main question asking that is, why Undyne? Why all this effort to get Undyne? How does the Knight know all of the codes? So, that's where we're left off with Chapter 3. Fucking insane, because overall the twist is essentially that the reason that Chris is so hesitant to go into the shelter isn't just that they're afraid of it. They're not scared of it. Or maybe they are, but that's not the only reason. They don't want to go in because this is their headquarters. And this is where they go outside of the Soul's view to conspire with the Knight and whatever other involved parties there might be. With that in mind, I have more to say. However, I'm going to go refill my water because I have a lot to say now that we have the whole context of the chapter, and I need to refill my water and hydrate a bit. So let me return real quickly, and I'm going to have more to say in just a moment. Oh my god, why is this fan not staying in place? Hang on. Alright. Give me just a moment. I will return. Quick reply to Spade Suit. Thank you for the 5. Also, thank you for the 5 from Irving 4. Both Cunningham, they were both buying eggs at Sansa's store. True, potentially. Not saying I disagree with you, but if Undyne was the target, couldn't Carol have just told her to go to the shelter? She is her boss after all. We only know that she is Chris's boss, not necessarily the Knight's. I'll get to that in a moment. Anyway, I'll be right back. And even then, we don't know 100% that she is Chris's boss. We just know that with mostly certainty because of circumstance in Chapter 4. I just drank Coke and swallowed the biggest amount of air in my life. Holy fuck, that was scary. I hope you're okay. Also, what do you mean Hussey asked Toby Fox about Apple Girlington? What the fuck? Where? Is on someone else's stream chat? And asked Toby about Apple Girlington. Okay. I'm good. I was just reading a chat message of someone saying that they drank Coke and swallowed the biggest amount of air in my life, so... Another 5 from Lulu, thank you. If Molly Device Theory Stars comes out as a Rudinator in the stream, I will drink water, then proceed to unalive Toby Fox. We're far enough in that I can tell you I don't think it's Rudy. I've heard the cases for that. It's... Hang on. Hi.
Hi.
I've heard the cases for that. I don't, like, necessarily buy it. Although I do think there are some really weird interactions that he has with, like, Chris especially that are notable, but I don't really know if that necessarily, like, confirms it. I don't know. I'm torn. I'm not entirely sure.
The people beg for me.
They do.
Okay. I've come here on a special mission. I'm screen sharing this stream on call right now.
Yes.
So they can hear me.
Okay.
Fee said in chat earlier, can I have your YouTube login? And you didn't see it.
I did see it, but I did not have the mental bandwidth to pay attention to that. Maybe not during my own thing.
Okay.
We can do the overstimulating chat another time.
Okay.
Maybe on Sunday. I'll think about it. But yes.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello? Where am I?
Where
hey
am
guys. Welcome back to the channel!
Oh my god, why did it peak so much when I said when I did that? What the fuck? Oh shit, I'm new about Device Theory has like 1,000 upvotes on r/Deltarune right now. That was such a meaty slap. I got scared.
Ew!
Ew! Is this like a recent post that blew up?
I'll send it to you.
Oh dear.
It's just an older gif of all your theories are right. Come in.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it's like the Molly edit of that, if I recall.
Yeah.
I see, that's awesome. But yes. God, I don't even know where to begin genuinely with what to make of the ending. There was so much to fucking get into there, but I think I've gone through like the basics of that. What is sauce theory? I don't have the liberty to say that. I'm not in the position to reveal that. I shared the bingo board earlier that showed it, like a mention of it, but I'm not at liberty to say. But you might know.
Anything worth learning will happen whenever it's supposed to.
Because you're right.
It's because I'm right, always.
Would you say the theory has sauce?
Fucking obviously, it's awesome sauce. Get it right. What are you doing? Hello? I'm echolocating everyone in chat right now. If you feel like a little bit of a headache, that's me.
That's them. That's them from game.
That's me from game.
Thank you for the migraine. You're welcome.
Yeah, that was me.
It's okay. Can we fix it?
Did anyone else hear a single
Yeah.
angelic note? Bitch, that was me. It's always been me.
You are the angel. Also, hi, Andrew. Hi. And hi, Repulsum. Wow.
Oh.
Low.
Yeah, this is game from Sauce Theory.
My person is currently here, so we're just hanging out right now while I'm gathering my thoughts. I think the game is even crustier than yesterday. Good. Good. It should be. As it should be.
Person from game. It's me, person from game.
It's me, person from game.
I can barely see anything. I don't have my eyeballs on.
Your damn
I don't
eyeballs.
have my eyeballs.
Your damn eyeballs. This is gay from Sauce Theory.
Ow. And dirt.
And dirt. What is Molly's partner's name? I think only like one or two people have figured it out. Like cumulatively between both streams.
It's really not that hard to find.
Are we allowed to know that? I mean, you're not allowed to. But can you find it?
Yeah, can you find it?
Okay.
Fee said, I figured it out.
I got it. It's Molly.
I know that thing.
It's from game? They literally said.
Yeah, I Monster's partner energy. Yeah.
Yeah.
You solve it when you look at Blue Sky.
I know, and I just want to make sure I'm allowed so I won't be banned.
Andrew, you're okay.
Why would I?
Andrew.
I'm not banning Andrew.
Two nicies.
Two
nicies forever.
Two nicies. I can't stop thinking about person from game. Concerning.
Get me out of there.
Get me out of there.
Find Faye.
Find it. To be honest, I thought you two shared a head, like the same VTuber.
Uh-huh.
That'd be funny.
Why would we do that?
Why would we do that?
That's just weird. And you know that we are incredibly normal.
Sure.
We pride ourselves on that.
We would never be weird.
That's wrong.
No, that'd be
just wrong.
That'd be problematic. That'd be problematic medias, I think.
Problematic lost medias.
I forgot to eject this thing from the... 1 second. Since we're just hanging out for now.
Well,
I'm taking the tape out of this. Tape ASMR.
they're not gonna know that one.
They don't have to.
They don't have to know anything.
We're very normal, you say, mid-backflip. I love that killed you, but and I could hear that killed you when I did that earlier. You just hadn't considered it, did you?
I didn't know if you could pull it off.
I didn't know you could pull it off.
Maybe I'm a bad person.
Or they.
Or they.
After Andrew mentioning Andrew Hussey to Fee, I do not know who that is or why that is who you were talking about. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Oh yeah, it's me. Me. Front flip from
From
game.
front flip from game.
It's me. Front flip from game.
They would probably do a front flip and not a back flip just because they're not like other theys.
I'm not like other its.
I'm not like other its. I do think more people have gotten it right.
Yeah, there's been a few.
It's not too difficult, honestly.
It's really not. Not that hard of a challenge. Even babies can do it. And babies are stupid.
It's true. They don't even remember.
Babies don't remember. You know they can't, right?
And if anyone says that they did,
they're wrong.
They're wrong.
They're wrong.
They're wrong. Wee, I'm sending a kisseroo from me to you. I'm sending one back to you. Hi, Moist. Fee, I was a baby genius.
Fee's the only good one.
True.
It's me. Front flip from gay.
From gay?
Happy Pride Month, everybody. Everybody put your
Yeah?
predictions below.
Everybody put your predictions below.
Predictions below.
Chris, put your predictions in the ballot. We have to elect a new king for Castle Town.
That'd be a great idea for a show.
Is that the fucking Rousey voice? Yes, it is. That's your Rousey voice. I'm a bah.
You have to guess Molly's partner's name. This is my impression. Parched Rosé.
Parched Rousey. I don't need it, Chris. I don't need it. It's coming through your muffled ass like a cave creature whispering upon it. Yeah. Yeah, as it should be. That's the only way you could do it. I'm just using this menu as ambience, by the way. I like the drone ambience.
My name is From Game.
My name is From Game. I'm from Game.
I'm from Game.
My name is Mercedes Game.
Game Benz.
Game Benz. This sucks.
We're bad.
We're bad. We're being bad.
We're being bad. These are my games.
These are my games.
Mummified Rosé when?
Mummified Rousey?
Eventually.
What chapter?
5.5.
5.5. Oh no. You're doing Homestuck shit to it already.
We haven't been?
I mean, there hasn't been an intermission yet, so I think it's okay for now. Chapter 5, Chapter 1. Chapter 5, Chapter 2. Chapter 5, Intermission 3, Chapter 1.
Stop it! Everyone in Deltarune is gay, trans, plural. Yeah,
It's true.
heavy on the plural.
Mm-hmm.
I'll talk to you guys eventually. Unlike I am doing right now.
What would you say you're doing right now?
I would be chatting.
I would be chatting. That's true. True hoods.
Everybody doesn't realize
Everybody doesn't realize.
that the plural rep is right here, from game. Why do you think I say I'm from game?
Exactly.
I am from game.
You are from game.
Yeah, hearts in chat. Woo! Woo!
Chapter 5, Chapter 2 is when Toby reveals a new race of non-monster, non-human lightners called Bonsters and forgets the original cast exists. Oh, fuck. That, from what I know, that is just a Homestuck thing.
And then we're gonna get Deltarune babies.
Deltarune babies! Fuck it, just put Vriska in the game while we're at it.
She's here too.
And that's all the game will ever be about, ever again. Delta Kids.
I don't like that one.
I don't like that one either.
Deltarune babies is already on thin ice.
We only need one, and that's a Gaster if he was a baby. And that's it.
Oh.
Des is Vriska, obviously. I can't vouch for that. I haven't read it. Another 5 from Spadesuit, thank you. I would just like to say that your streams feel like a fever dream sometimes, and I'm so here for it. I'm glad to hear it. Good.
You will see more of me.
It's true. You will.
You will forever.
Forever.
Except when I leave.
True. Second.
It's very hot in this room. Do you guys have any requests of me before I leave?
Send in your requests and maybe some days before we hear from the special guest again.
Can I do a flip? Do a sideways flip. Okay.
Okay.
So, here's the thing about that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I will do it. But you have to find it.
You have to... Okay, we have to find it. Chat. We have to find it. Can you find it?
It's not that hard to find it once it'll be there.
Someone asked, I'm cold. Can you bring me something? Can I have a bottle of water?
Okay.
Can you play Wonderwall?
I don't know how to play Wonderwall.
Do a rotate on all 3 cardinal axes.
I don't know how to do numbers.
Do Deltarune monsters lay eggs like Pokemon?
Yes. Find flip.
Find a flip.
Lost they. You would be a bit right.
Special guest, do you agree that the entire final Chapter 4 Titan fight is an allegory for abortion? Can you get rid of math?
I would love to. I can't read those. Moist said, can I get a kisaroo? Everybody back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. This is for Moist.
Ah. Is cereal a soup?
Sure. If that's what you believe in your purest of hearts.
Can you derive the minimum mean temperature of a star?
No. I can't do a lot.
Can you complete a stable time loop?
Ooh. Complicated. Get back to me some other time.
What's the best flavor of ice cream?
Flavor is subjective, texture is better.
True. What is the hard problem of consciousness?
I'm always asking this.
What the fuck? Do you believe in Asgore DL bear trade theory?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is.
No. Whatever it is, it's wrong. Because I'm always right.
Fee asks, do you want to watch Sailor Moon with me?
Maybe not tonight, but yes.
I'm out of mercury that is okay to drink.
Opinions on Stoned Ape?
Stoned Ape? That's the new one. It was Screaming Ape. Now it's Stoned Ape because it's going to be the roaring, so the ape is going to be petrified.
Oh, I thought it was, like, taking a blunt.
I thought it would either be that or, like, pelting the ape, like throwing stones at it, like stoning it.
I don't like that. I don't like thinking about that. I don't like it.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
It's bad. It's bad. It's bad.
It's bad. It's bad. It's bad.
My wins.
$2 from Irving. Cereal is salad.
Whatever you believe.
What's your ideal hair length?
A little bit longer than mine.
Okay. What is your favorite texture of soup?
I'm not a big soup head.
Pancakes or waffles?
Waffles. Better texture.
Can you predict Tony's trick?
It's gonna be, alright, now stay with me here. We'll get to whatever you're giggling at. I can't read chat.
Nothing in particular. It's just really funny how many questions there are. I've been working on some fan art of you. Where can I send it? You can ping me on Blue Sky. It's mollystars.dev on Blue Sky. I don't use Twitter anymore, but it's mollystars with a 0 on there if you really need to.
Don't ping the one from 2009. Come on now.
Don't do that. The most likely place that I'm going to find it is either if you send it to me through email, mollystars@proton.me, or through the Discord server. It is in, like, the links in my channel description.
It's in Molly Art.
Yeah, you can send it through the Molly Art channel on there. Stoned test theory.
They threw rocks at her.
Someone asks, why do you hate pancakes?
I don't. I think waffles are just better because my good buddy Gray Stripe told me. And he really needed some support when his, like, weird orange friend didn't know what they were. And I really wanted to support him during that time.
Yeah. How many fingers am I holding up?
14.
On a scale from red to green to blue, why?
Green and no questions.
What are your opinions on pickles?
They're okay on occasion. I will tolerate them. Firestar doesn't like waffles, and you are correct.
Can you be wholesome, medias?
Can I be wholesome, Midas? No.
No.
You get what you get, and you do not complain.
Would you marry Gaster?
That's oomphy.
That is oomphy. Favorite fruit?
Mango.
What is your favorite puzzle?
2.
2. What's your favorite dimensional plane?
2. I'm answering a specific one that Molly is pointing at. You are right.
Is it your main go to blow up?
And act like I don't know nobody. You got it.
Do you like tricks? Do you like being clever and tricking people?
It is my favorite activity, but only on Mondays.
Only on Mondays, okay. I just realized you've been streaming for 3 hours and I missed everything. Oops, you're good. I'm still going to be talking about stuff in a bit.
You haven't missed me, and that's the important
part.
part.
What's 9 plus 10? This is really important.
I have dyscalculia.
Do you like drinking oil?
No.
Did it happen? Did it snow?
It's new.
It's new. What is it like to be a bat?
Baseball.
Mm. What sort of nefarious deeds do you conduct?
Multitudes.
I have a question. Why is Molly so cute?
Because bunny.
Do you like Sonic?
I'm not that brand of autistic. Sorry.
You're more the
I'm Warrior Cats. I already established
You're more
this.
Warrior Cats / MLP.
Yeah.
Does magic exist?
Depends on who you ask. And if you're asking me, believe in yourself.
Oh shit, this is a good question. Do you eeny, meeny, miny, or mo?
I don't believe in the Three Stooges.
What about the fourth one?
We don't talk about that one.
Okay. Who's your favorite Deltarune character?
Fourth Stooge theory.
Fourth Stooge theory?
Are you Moe? Japanese, not the Stooge.
How many times have you eaten bread within the last 2 weeks?
A handful of times. It's always there for me when I'm in need. I'm quite a peasant.
Are you the second voice in the Goner Maker?
Who's asking? Are you a cop? I don't talk to those. Sorry.
What is your Deltarune?
Me? Meat and Male.
True. Are you Image Friend?
I could be your friend. Smiles?
Smiles?
Question mark? Exclamation point. ...
What music do you listen to?
Bad ones. Something a little only, It's a real niche subgenre. Called penis music? And I'm not kidding.
Fee asks, can you name 3 songs?
Rubber band.
Rubber band.
Rubber band. Please let me mail your package. And King for a Day by Pierce the Veil.
Okay. That's a crazy question. Are you Sans?
What do you think I am?
Repulsive asks, what is your opinion on me?
I love you. I love you.
Fee, can you DoorDash me Arby's?
Where are you?
This Park.
What? Where is that?
No, it's okay. Carol said we don't have to change.
I am a fucking architect.
I am a fucking knight.
Just goes on and on.
Just goes on.
I found this place, this shelter. Just goes on and on.
It just gets darker and darker.
A fucking theorist.
I am a fucking theorist. Your partner responds like the how long did it take her to smile ARG.
That's why I'm from Game.
Yeah.
Have piece it together already.
How long did it take her to smile? What do you think?
I had an answer to this, like non-joking. but like I don't remember. I'm being for real.
Fuck. Fuck. There's got to be a way to jog the memory, right?
I'll keep you updated.
Come back in a week.
Come back in a week.
Favorite Roman emperor?
I don't know those guys. They're not my oomfies. Should you drink your monster? Always.
I think this question was already asked. I think you said unlimited games or unlimited bacon.
You know, even though I'm from game, I'm changing my answer. No games.
No games. Okay.
I like to be different. Least favorite Roman emperor? They're all blocked. They're all soft
They're all
blocked.
blocked.
I unfollowed them. I unmutualed them. Like, we're not chill.
T for T Destrial, thoughts?
Yes. My thought on T for T Des is she's a trans masc non-binary that doesn't give a shit about pronouns. I'm right.
It's true. Favorite or?
Ooh.
New feed question as well.
I don't have a favorite Utaloid. Sorry. I don't know enough about them. But my favorite or, circling back to the or question. I like it when they made emeralds from Minecraft real.
True.
What about Ezreal?
Also, okay, but hear me out. T for T Azzy Pants.
You can do what you want forever.
It's true.
But what about Azrael? That will be a woman by the time I'm done. No comment.
Yeah.
You guys don't understand me. What are your pronouns again? I don't care. Literally any. I don't mind.
Favorite bad video game?
I have an answer, but you guys aren't ready for it yet. I skipped this one.
I'm curious. 1 second. Yeah, that
And
makes
we're back.
sense. Have you seen him?
Not lately.
When will we be ready?
Probably never.
Which Deltarune character is most likely to be Brazilian?
Noelle.
Yeah. I know why,
I have
actually.
I have an in.
Yeah. Favorite type of fish?
Oh god, what are they called? Hi. So I used to be I worked at pet stores my whole life, and I rescue bearded dragons whenever I'm able to. I am a fish nerd. Hello. Yeah. I really like gouramis. I like the mini ones. I like mini gouramis. They've got little whiskers and they touch things with them. They're little freaks.
When did you start being yourself?
When I was born, get on that grind.
Least favorite type of fish?
Ooh. Any kind of cichlid. They're really cool, but they're god awful. Hate them.
It's like I'm gonna double check something. Okay, the Undertale Twitter posted, 1 week until Deltarune Chapter 5. Are you ready? Parentheses. Jumping around and spinning in place, jumping on your head, jumping on the bed, jumping around. Yeah.
Your partner is giving major ADHD vibes, and I'm here for it, mood. Yeah.
That's why I like them.
That's why I'm here.
It's true. Who will call the girl who snows?
Probably a wrong number.
True. Favorite Toltec ruler?
I don't know those guys.
Does the black wolf howl?
If it feels comfortable enough.
Before you are two paths. Do you go left or right?
Left, because I'm not like other girls. I'm not a girl.
Thoughts on P-Jack?
Do you think he's still making that dog into mustard?
What's your favorite ARG, unfiction story, or web series, excluding the Deltarune one?
Ooh. I don't think I have one, actually. That was not really my thing.
Is the two wolves inside you gay for each other?
I'm plural, yes.
What are the top 10 consequences of today's lunch?
Probably pooping eventually. I mean, if you're lucky.
Would you draft the parlor or the den?
What?
Would you draft the parlor or the den?
What do you mean draft? What does this mean?
I don't know.
I'm a little animal critter, so I'm gonna say the den. Plural of plui? Figure it out.
Figure it out. I'm also running low on battery, so I'm gonna have to kill the VTuber, unfortunately.
This is a
This is so
thinking-based
sad.
stream now.
It is.
Everybody loves me.
Baba.
Die.
Die. Alright, let me get the, Alright. Okay.
Everybody loves me. I am not Newbert. I don't have the power. You're like rotated and everything.
And everything.
It's crazy.
Dude.
I can't take you anywhere.
Can't take me anywhere.
What if the Joker could beatbox? Why so serious?
Do you like rain?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Are you jumping for the chicken or the beef?
I'm going into the unknown.
Oh, shit. Tell me it didn't rain. Tell me it didn't rain. It rain.
It Roan.
Will Molly Partner show up in Molly Games?
Find out. Is Puppy Dog City real? So as an expert on Puppy Dog City, it is out there. It's just for only the pure of heart. So that's why I'm the only one there.
Is that my thorn ring?
Is Molly partner like Molly's roommate? No, I'm speaking from a different vessel. Hello?
As far as I know, I myself am not plural. My partner is.
I contain multitudes.
It is yet to be determined whether I do or not. If so, I am not aware.
I will tamper with your wires and figure out.
How many vessels?
Just one.
Just one. How long did it take the chicken to cross the road?
You know, it was kind of problematic media how the chicken didn't cross the road, like, fast enough, but it was, like, just fast enough to, like, be okay, but, like, it kept getting almost run over, and I really hated it. Yeah, I'm a swarm of 60,000 bees. Sorry. Let me inside.
Let them inside. Question. I have a cool hat with dog ears. Gay stew or stew daughter?
Yay, stew.
Okay. If someone gravely insulted you and all your friends, how many bees would you send after them?
60,000?
Okay.
My entire army.
I just got back. What the hell is going on? My person is here.
Hi.
We're
Plural
having...
son or theory and daughter? Why? Dude, why not both?
Why not both?
In this house, I am both. What's the biggest number? Stop asking me about numbers! I don't know those guys! Undertale son. Sorry. Son, daughter. Do you like the one-day blinding stew? Of course! It's my favorite snack.
But of course.
Do you think if you, like, eat/drink a lot of those, it stacks up the effects? Do you think I could get week-long blinding stew?
Potentially.
Boba or Kiki? Kiki.
Thank you, image friend, for your endorsement. It is much appreciated.
Coughing sulfur sometimes.
Fuck.
You're so right.
Who is your pick for Tumblr Sexy Man?
Good question. Give me a moment.
Give me a moment.
Here's a deep cut. Tony the talking clock from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared.
That is true.
I've always been saying this.
What about Tumblr Sexy Women? They are ignored.
I would say something, but it's not the 19th yet.
Oh.
I'm right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Tumblr sexy. They.
Me, bitch!
That's true. That's true.
Have we peaked LARPing? You people use that phrase, like, completely wrong. No.
Peached.
The word you're looking for is poser. This is my truth.
Ooh, fuck, marry, kill. Tenna, Ram, Spampton.
Okay. Marry Tenna, he needs something to keep himself alive. Kill Ram, he's had it coming, and I guess fuck Spampton or something.
Can you ban everyone except me?
Of course.
Train A is traveling west at 80 kilometers an hour.
Oh.
Train B is traveling east at 95 kilometers an hour. Do you like my trains?
I thought you were gonna ask me about numbers. I got really scared.
No, just do you like my trains?
Yeah. It comes with the territory. I am autistic.
Would you smooch a ghost?
If they would let me.
I have a very important question from Sky. I need a total silence in the chat. Okay, everyone put ellipses in the chat. We need quiet.
Put ellipses. Or more.
We need quiet in the chat. I need complete silence. Okay, Fee, you can speak now.
How much is a nickel worth?
Okay, question has been asked. How much is a nickel worth?
Everybody can talk again.
Everybody can talk now. You can talk now. It's okay.
How much is a nickel worth? First off, directly to Skylar, I'm speaking to you. Count your days. 10? It's been a minute.
Just 5. It's like the same amount as the amount of crayons you had this morning. You had 5 crayons this morning.
I did?
Yeah, that's like a nickel's worth of crayons.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Why'd you make me do that evil stuff?
I'm glad you asked. You're not getting an answer. Those are my crayons, you guys are stupid.
Do you prefer stick glue or liquid glue, flavor-wise?
Stick glue is better for eyebrows, and liquid glue is better for eating. Bad texture, though.
Favorite crayon color?
Dandelion yellow.
Have you drank the Sinister Potion?
Who's asking?
Chloe.
And then I start squinting really loudly, and you can hear it through the mic.
Can I have admin?
That's not up to me. Favorite cryptid? Fresno Nightcrawlers. That sounds like Deltarune dialogue. I have news for you, buddy.
Does the mystical green potion taste good?
Well, it's green. Do you write Deltarune? In a way.
You are Toby Fox?
No. That's my dad. You don't want to mess with me. My dad owns Deltarune.
My dad works at Royal Sciences.
My dad works at Core.
At Core.
Core from game.
You were Temmie? No.
There was a day. Oh. Do you fuck with the war?
I don't know if...
It never changes.
It never changes.
Is partner the Deltarune? You're getting warmer. Do you like Blahaj? Yeah.
Eh. Thank you. They bit me.
I got it.
They ate me.
Is partner the Roaring Knight? Some may say. Correct, it is pronounced Blowhigh.
Is Molly edible?
I think so.
Molly partner is the Roaring Knight?
Roaring.
The Roaring Knight. Oh.
As in, like, XD random.
Yo, wait, WD Mustard is downloaded finally. Molly partner, would your view of me change if I was friend?
You already are. What are you talking about?
True.
Opinion on Chumtown.
Chumtown!
Oh no, I'm never gonna shut up about this.
Oh no.
Chumtown is a rival to Michael World, and everyone should know. Everybody needs to understand Michael World is under attack by Chumtown. You don't know what you just unlocked.
What is your opinion on baby bones?
What?
Baby bones?
I think they're very fragile.
Because like, you, like, pick up, like, the crossword in Snowden, and Sans is like, no, that's for baby bones.
Why are they small?
But, because, like, implying that baby bones is, like, the secret baby brother of the family.
Like, it's just a guy? Well, a baby guy.
Yeah.
A boy.
Yeah, it's kind of like how, he also mentions dirty brother. That's, like, another secret sibling.
Nobody fucking
I thought you knew this stuff.
Nobody fucking likes him.
Wait, what about Grandpa?
What about him?
Is he Unk?
Who's to say? And then I kind of like chew on my finger like really coyly.
Is Grandpa semi-Unk?
Semi-unk? What?
Is Gaster Unk? Guys, I have to know.
Who the fuck is Dirty Brother? He's like really gross. Yucky.
Sans says that. He talks about all of his like other brothers.
I don't like him. Him and I are not on speaking terms.
Don't even get me started on Togor.
No.
Don't.
Middle child for a reason. I know Prunzel.
You were there for Prunzel.
Yeah.
You know Prunzel personally.
I do.
You do.
Shout out to Oomphy.
Is Prunzel Unk?
No.
No.
Togor slander will not be tolerated here. Can we ban this person? Who is Mr. Domino?
I don't know.
Is Rules card Unk? You guys, that's Twink Death. Who is Mr. Domino?
I don't know.
Chester Holiday?
Chester! Oh my god. I haven't thought about Chester in a while.
Like Linkin Park?
I mean, I guess.
That would explain some things.
What about Susie's secret brother, Buster?
He's real rude. Oh, great. Okay. Is the lore pit a load-bearing structure in society? What would happen to our government if Andrew took it down? That's up to him, man.
Yeah. I looked over for 15 minutes. When did you become a PNG tuber? When my phone's battery got low. I should probably get like a webcam specifically for that. But I just don't know where I would put it yet.
Yeah. What is it like to be a body without organs? It's pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Where's the tube in YouTube? It's under the sauce.
It's true. Are you corporeal?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Are we ready for sauce theory yet? No. Be patient.
Maybe after chapter 5, maybe. And even then, who's to say? Actual question, how inspired do you think Deltarune's plot is by Twin Peaks?
I haven't been there.
I can say probably at least, like, decently inspired.
From what I know, like, at least a little bit. If you are a body with no organs, are you Michael Afton? I've felt like that before. How it feels.
How it fucking feels.
I love being purple and walking down the street, and my neighbors love me.
How do I make my nervous system, my calm system?
When you find out, tell me.
How it feels to chew 5 gum?
Teeth.
Molly, how did you feel after seeing the Manta game in chapter 3 and improving device theory even more? I said my piece on that in the previous stream. I don't feel like repeating. But more or less it was surprised, but I was still processing everything else, so I was completely fucking checked out initially because I was like, what? Did Maui partner leave? Not yet.
Do you know Apple Girlington? That's their dead name. They go by Apple Daylington now. Yeah, so you get it. You've listened. You've listened.
Good for them.
Moist have answered this. Where did it happen?
Do you mean where will it take place? Where do you think it will take place?
I mean, we talked about this. Like, I'm in agreement with you.
For context, I personally said that it would be on the Ferris wheel.
Yeah.
But you added particularly that it would be like at the top, like at like where midnight would be basically.
I did briefly mention just like a little brain blast I had when we were talking about that. Because there's been a lot of sun imagery going on like into this next chapter, and honestly, if the continuing theme with like when, where, it strikes me kind of like clock imagery, question mark. So like my first instinct was like, how do you translate where somebody is on a Ferris wheel to like a sundial? That's as far as I got. I'm glad to see that people are mentioning sundials. Like I thought I was insane about that.
Yeah. Is Chris a green apple or red apple?
Green.
Green.
Do I smell? I wouldn't be able to tell you.
What dog breed is Chris? Oh shit.
Super mutt.
I see. But what if Chris was a bad apple?
That's not up to me.
What dog breed am I? I think we've discussed this. I'm not slobber enough to be a dog.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's why I'm bunny.
Yeah. What species are you? Technically human. Is Birdly good or terrible at Bed Wars? Really good.
Okay.
Thoughts Thoughts on goblins? I have many. What kind of bunny is person from game? Ooh,
Ooh.
you're paying attention.
Yep.
Purple.
It's true. Which Daedra would Chris worship?
That's real as fuck, actually. I haven't memorized them in a bit, but whoever you get like the random critical hit chance dagger from.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Do you like Stanley Parable?
Oh, absolutely. I would play it again, absolutely, but I am trying to get the 5 years without playing achievement.
Same here. How long has it been since I opened like the original one?
I know it's definitely been longer than 5 years for me, but I don't know. I don't know.
It's been 4 years since I opened this one.
I never played Ultra Deluxe, which, man,
It's very good.
I know. I've watched playthroughs of it. It made me cry.
It's really, really good, yeah. Would Birdley be pro or anti-gacha games?
Pro. You know he's spending his allowance money on that.
Yeah. How much would Nobel Holiday spend on Uma Musume?
Not as much as Berkeley would.
A third of the stream has just been talking with Molly Partner, by the way. I need the mental break from finishing this, but I have thoughts after.
Do you hate me?
They better not.
They can't.
They can't.
Ban whoever hates me. Wait, it's true.
Are you bald?
Dude, you don't understand how fast I would be.
It's true. My partner is problematic medias. I think. Didn't you say that you are?
Yeah.
How aerodynamic are you?
I'm not bald.
Thoughts on game?
It's nuanced.
Nuanced. Are you sure you're not bald?
They're definitely bald. No, I'm not, guys. Oh no, they were problematic. Okay, you've caught me.
Thoughts on game, parentheses, evil?
Good.
Thoughts on girl world? Thoughts on book?
Opinion on New Zealand?
Favorite hair?
We love bald femme. I'm so glad you guys would accept me if I was bald. I'm I'm not coming out as bald though.
Not happening.
It's Pride Month. I'm coming out as bald. Closeted bald. I have to like minimize my powers of being fast.
It's true.
How long were you in the bald closet? You guys are just bald phobic.
Will the bald reflect enough light to disintegrate Chumtown?
The real questions.
Do you think Michael World is like the place that they sensed evil from in Man Country? Maybe?
You're thinking Chumtown.
Oh, is Man Country Michael World?
Well, Michael is a man.
True. You really do need to do your own stream.
I
You
know,
really do.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean that in a good way. I'm not bothered at all. This is fun. Can you shout me out in your next video, please? Hey, Molly. Two, the stream's been unbelievably fun. Thanks very much for your contribution to the fandom. If I could find, like, a thing to shout you out for, then sure. Or if I remember to, rather. I don't know when the next one's going to be.
Whoa. Are you still keeping up with 100 push-ups, sit-ups, squats? Oh no, it disappeared. No.
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 Being,
I can't do that.
being a Kyle in a Michael's world.
You're not like other boys.
Is the stream on the 19th canceled? No, I'm just finishing chapter 3 today because 19th is when I start chapter 4. Comedy bit from game.
Overdone.
Overdone.
Hi, Vio.
Hi, Vio.
Law.
My person is here. My person from game is in the room. And so I'm taking a little mental break before like formulating my thoughts on deeper.
I'm like
analysis
Gump
stuff.
in a way. I help.
Yeah.
Is the game in the room with us? I mean, in the room with Molly.
It's true.
You're not here.
I fucking hate OBS. I love OBS.
Is it healthy to game every day? No. Touch grass, eat dirt, etc.
Can Molly Parker squish Molly?
Eat worms? You understand.
You understand.
This is part of sauce theory.
It's true.
Squinch. How many pages have you collected? I fumbled that one. Sorry. And then I tripped really bad.
Oh, sorry, I tripped because I dropped all my pages. They're really heavy, and
My pages!
My pages! Oh god, they're really small, and I'm gonna freak out any second now. It's not gonna be your fault. Oh god.
I swear you just made the female Terraria hurt sound.
Clip that. Sample it.
Sample that. Thoughts on Terraria, Molly? I haven't played it in a hot minute, but I enjoyed what I did play of it years ago. When I'm in the mood for like a wiki game that isn't Voices of the Void, then maybe. It's also raining now. It's very comfy.
Welcome to my ASMR stream.
I'm here now. It's me, Gingle, from Show.
Oh, Gangle, it's so glad to see you. Finally, somebody else normal in here. Stop laughing. It's not funny.
Yeah, this isn't funny.
It's not funny. You guys should really stop laughing.
It's fucking rude.
It's really rude. Can you be scared? Why aren't you already?
We can hear the rain when you talk. Good. No, that's actually my mouth doing that. It's like how and you're not gonna believe. I know this guy that can like mimic like the sounds of being like in the trenches and at war with just his mouth.
Sending this straight to Grandpa.
Like entire like fighter jets and everything.
And
It's crazy.
everything.
It's crazy.
Can you tuck us all in and kiss us goodnight? And you eating all your vegetables?
It's raining so hard. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Do you know the secrets of the mimic? Could you could you break the barrier with the soul of Margaret Thatcher, or would it only sort of work?
What?
Do you hate Edwin?
I was literally about to say, like, I know this guy named Edwin. He made the mimic. I heard like it was really, really hard to put these pieces together.
I don't know that Edwin. There's one Edwin that I might know personally, but I can't talk about that. What if Asgore was based?
I despise that Edwin. That sounds like a you problem.
What if Asgore was kawaii and sugoi? You've met me at a very kawaii and sugoi time in my life, Grace.
It's true.
And then you gotta imagine a lot of like sparkle emojis. It's like really kawaii and stuff.
Yeah, I'm right.
You're right.
The secret of the mimic is that she likes putting on puppy ears. Base.
I'm worried to start a bit so funny I choke from laughing and die.
What? What?
Well, what's life without a little bit of risk taking? No, don't do that.
How to figure out if you're a deer or a puppy? Do you bleh? Do you bleh or do you boof? Partner from game is so correct about everything. It's crazy. See, you understand.
It's true.
I'm right always.
That's why I like them. It's because they're right. That's why I'm right. Can you explain the anomalous piece of wood I just found on my bed?
Wood chip. Partner from game ASMR.
That's what I'm saying. You need to do your own stream. You're not even playing anything. You would just like...
I'd open Minecraft and just like keep it on the titles.
Also, Fee has an important question from Ronnie. Can we have quiet on set?
Yeah.
Ellipses again, just for a quick second. Or at least like really slow chat. Okay, Fee, I think you're good. You can speak now. She said hi. Hi, Ronnie.
Hi.
I think you're good to speak now,
All right,
everybody.
All right, chat. Yeah, I put on somebody else's gameplay of Subway Surfers.
It's fees.
Yeah. Can you put a Minecraft parkour for us? Yes, but it's me playing and I'm really bad at it. And every single time I miss a jump, I go, shit, shit, shit,
Shit. Such a fucking chud.
fuck my stupid, awful chud life.
Yo, tap into that new sleep funk.
Call that feng shui.
Funk shit. That is really good. Would Des listen to pop punk or classic rock?
Pop punk.
I agree.
Pop punk for sure. Glad to see that people know ball. And she would be like, God, this sucks. And then turn on Fall Out Boy. Am I more than you? Bargain for it. No, don't. That's just who I am this week.
With this will.
Going. Need another round.
Is this your cue?
Huh?
Is the stimming your cue?
Oh, it might be.
Oh
Oh no.
no. Thoughts on Hideo Kojima? What's Birdley's favorite Mountain Dew flavor?
Classic.
Yeah. It's basic.
Or isn't there a Skittles flavor?
Uh-oh. I don't want to think about that. I saw that Skittles drink like weeks ago when I was out with you that one time. I don't want to think about that. What music would Asgore listen to?
Live streams that never end of lo-fi beats to chill and study to.
Trill. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Assign yourself an ultra kill layer. I might have at least a potential answer that I could guess, but I want to know what you think.
I mean, I really like the way that violence looks, but I don't like playing it.
Fair.
Because I haven't finished it yet. Oops.
I mean, what do you think is the most you layer?
Like me? Me?
Yeah, like the most partner from game layer.
Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Give me a moment.
Dude. Why did my phone autocorrect to Ultra Milk?
What?
Hello?
I don't want to think about ultra
Ew.
milk. No.
Ew.
Ew.
Okay.
Is the deep dive over? Not quite yet. I'm just hanging out. we're done with the chapter itself, but
I would say my first instinct is gluttony. However, heresy.
that is 6 if I recall.
That is 3 and 6. Yes.
I think 6 fits you best.
Yeah.
I've thought about that as well. Like I thought violence also could fit.
I like violence a lot.
But
I really like the way it looks, like, through and through, but, like...
The thing is, I think you're just
Yeah.
red by default.
Yeah. Lust is misunderstood. No, I understand. It's just not me. Ultra Kill fans in chat, do you need to be good at FPS to play Ultra Kill? Just have fun, dude. Doesn't really matter.
I wouldn't say like you're particularly great.
I'm not good at it at all, but I love it.
Yeah. What's your favorite question?
What's your favorite color? Still waiting on the elaboration on the weighing woofing. That's deer versus doggy. What's more to ask? Also, yeah, Ultra Kill has difficulty settings. You're good. And anybody that tells you that you're weak for, like, playing on, like, easy mode or whatever the fuck, don't listen. It's stupid. Just have fun, dude.
Does Molly partner know Molly's favorite color? I would believe so, yes.
There's a few.
I mean, I think, like, the favorite is probably just purple.
Yeah. Fan of maroon because red plus purple is epic. You're so right. And plum is also really good for that reason.
It's true.
Favorite weapon in Ultra Kill so far? Ooh. I just like the coin gun. I'm gonna be real. I think it's got aura to it. And when it works, man, it works. But like, outside of that, I would say that the spinny one. Marks they revolver. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Important question from Andrew. What's the best Haley Labs album?
Ooh, penis music is banned. You know ball. Alright. We're not counting Jackal. No. Probably something from Bandetto. I like Bandetto a lot. But, I really liked Trauma, I think. It's been a bit.
Should I stick to bossa nova or switch to a new genre?
Do whatever you want forever.
Can you spin 100 times while holding your breath?
I would die.
Do you listen to slurmcore?
I'm just not that niche.
What's your favorite Machine Girl song?
Ooh. Trauma is a big classic, of course, but I prefer Bandetto. Yeah, true as fuck. I like Bandetto a lot. Favorite Machine Girl song? It was off of the newest album, I think. I don't remember which one, though.
I think my current favorite is also off of it. It's probably Dread Architect.
Yeah, that's I'm pretty sure that's the one I was thinking of, too.
Yeah.
Whichever one will kill you in a pit.
There's multiple of those is the thing. That album's pretty good at that.
I wanted to have more fun at that concert, but like, I didn't have a leg yet.
That's true, you didn't.
That's the first time I realized I needed, aid.
Yeah. Favorite Femdinel song?
It's a classic, Katamari.
Yep.
It has a very special place in my heart for very specific reasons. There's an animation by somebody named Sour Noodles, I think, that did a animation called Werewolf, and it uses the song from Katamari, and it holds a very special place in my heart. Go check it out.
I was the person who asked Andrew Hussey about Apple Girlington. Hi, hello. Crossword or Junior Jumble?
Scrabble.
Mmm.
It's you do.
Dust would love Femtinel because T for T solidarity.
True.
Can I take your pronouns? Which ones? Can you donate pronouns? Of course. I am greedy. T for T solidarity is so peak, actually. Yes. We need it to survive. Thank you.
Molly, what would you do if chat unionizes? I mean,
That's fine.
that's fine. That's important.
That's very important.
It's important to have those. I'm not like Rockstar Games.
Last time I went to the woke doctor, he put my arm in the puffy cuff and took my pronouns. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? T for life. Real. I will always say this. Are you all getting paid to chat here?
With fun.
We get paid in pronouns?
True.
Everybody gets their own set of emoji pronouns. Opinions on Iron Lung movie. I have not seen it yet.
Someone did manage to guess sauce theory potentially by accident.
That's true. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. How do you feel about purple?
It's fine.
Thoughts on gold pronouns? Curious how chat's doing. Like, I'm at closer, like 350, 400. That's actually pretty good. For this time, at least. That's not bad at all.
Going to be seeing Backrooms on the weekend with sister and partner. That should be fun. Have fun!
It was very good.
It was extremely good. What are my emoji pronouns? This is very relevant and important information. Let me check. I don't have any on hand with me right now. See, I rent them. Let me check. I pick spiral eyes, queasy emoji, and worm emoji. Am I a fan of seals? Yeah.
Yeah.
My this. Blah.
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 Thoughts on Mike? I have many.
Many. In your world.
In my, let's just say, Michael world. Opinions on crocodiles. They're very good. I like alligators, because I've been around them. Also, they're just chunky and I like their shapes. Fuck, marry, kill the Mikes? It doesn't matter. All of them.
True.
I'm swinging that mold around and throwing it at the wall like it's filled with milk.
It's true.
Is Mike Molly partner? Maybe sometimes.
One of them.
Can you play bongos on an alligator like a cat? Yes, but only once.
Otherwise, watch out.
But not for long.
But not for long. Watch out.
Watch out. Which Mike is your favorite? If you knew me, you would know this.
I never interacted, but I've been watching all your VODs and you're amazing. Thank you for the streams and videos. Thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, even on rank, because it's very low pressure right now. Thoughts on caracals?
I love them. They're very good.
Mm-hmm.
They're my go-to, like, medium-sized wildcat.
Did I join just as it ended?
No.
It's-
I'm just the beginning.
It's true. I do still have things to say regarding chapter 3 ending things. So, but after that, like that'll be about it for before chapter
Goodbye
4.
forever. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. Everybody say bye to me.
Everyone say bye
Kiss
to
me
them.
on the mouth. Good night and love you.
But yes, I'm glad everyone likes my person. You will be seeing more of them soon, if all goes well. I needed the, like, honestly, that hour to decompress because I have been up for quite a while. I probably won't be too much longer, but how are we doing right now? Now that we're done. It's true, I like our person. It is our person, Moist. Are we going to continue talking or hear your Deltarune thoughts? I am partially curious, like, I mean, kind of just more so just hanging out at this point, but also talking overall thoughts on chapter 3, because I kind of mentioned bigger picture, like what the fuck I feel about it at this point. However, so with chapter 3 done, the thing I've mentioned like a few times on this stream easily is that, like, I could probably just, like, you know, make the VTuber a little bit bigger right now. So hi. So, okay. Chapter 3, by far, you know, with the current amount that we have, is my personal favorite. I've mentioned this, like, multiple times. It's my favorite because I think while it isn't playing to the game's strengths like it typically would be for the other chapters, it is by far the most, like, unconventional, bizarre, feverish of the ones that we have so far. But also, I think it just most accomplishes a very specific feeling that is a little bit hard to, it's not something I see, shit like this do often with the kind of feeling it gives me. And I think also, in the bigger picture, I can tell that this one is going to age very well, because there's a lot of things in it that we still don't even have the context for, and it's going to make this feel, it's going to make us feel so fucking stupid coming back to this after, like, chapter 5 or 6 or something, and seeing all the details that we did not catch or we completely wildly misinterpreted as something else. I think regarding the logistics of the ending, I've about said everything I could. I think looking at chapter 3 by itself, the ending of it, my interpretation of it is that the entire chapter is the knight, something kept the knight or Undyne from, like, getting to the dreamer home the entire chapter. The entire creation of that dark world was to lure Undyne in and to basically stall for time. It is literally a distraction from everything. Not a denial, like chapter 5 is gearing up to be, but a distraction, because that distraction is part of the plan. So with that in mind, the main shit that we're given with the ending, and the main questions that we kind of are thrown out at with, because there's, you know, the chapter gives us a lot to really think about regarding the themes of, like, escapism and, like, the worth, the value of escapism, really. And I've mentioned already a lot of times, I like the response it gives to that of, it doesn't fucking matter. It still means something. It's still real if you feel something about it. And I've mentioned the sword route's, like, weirdest parts of it, and I think there's definitely parts that have not been acknowledged in that, regarding, like, the ram and the mantle holder, and I think there's some borderline Kara-esque shit going on. Not quite one-to-one to Kara regarding the mantle holder, but very much a different flavor of very much a different flavor of the demon that comes when you call its name, sort of deal. And it being a sort of, like, past version of Chris that characters like Ram seem to be a little bit too attached to, and that's their only frame of reference for who Chris is. But the main questions now, with sword route done with, and with, like, the ending turning out the way that it did, the shit that comes to mind for me is, well, how did Chris end up in the situation they're in? Why are they playing, like, why are they playing double team here with, being with the fun gang, but also clearly conspiring with the knight to make all of this happen? Who is the knight? Specifically, what kind of person would the knight have to be for Chris to be so, like, how do you feel about Mantle Holder being the headband? I think it's still very likely. I think it's still a very plausible possibility. I don't really see, like, many other alternatives. But the question that comes to me regarding, like, who the knight is, because I haven't really mentioned who I think the knight actually is up to now. The question you have to think about is, this is somebody that Chris feels a strong enough tie to that they are willing to, and this is something that they wrangle with even throughout the sword route in Mantle, like especially in the third game, with them trying what they can to keep us from even going into a simulation of the shelter, and also them flinching as they do the sword route, and especially when you have to kill Susie and Rouse in the Mantle game in order to make progress, which I take as a sign that they are very conflicted and don't feel good about having to betray their friends, even like if it's a more fictional version of them. Who does the knight have to be in order for Chris to feel like they have to resort to this, to potentially betraying those that they have grown to find new friends in? What is the inner conflict? And who could it possibly be behind that fucking helmet that would justify it? It's not just a question of who makes the most sense to be doing these things. It's a question of, this is somebody that Chris must have a personal attachment to. Somebody that they act similar to. Somebody that they take certain elements from. Somebody that they look up to. Now here's the thing. It's like looking at the knight's appearance. I don't know how much I've gone into specifically like the gastery shit regarding the knight, but it's like, it's very clear they've got the gaster particles going on. Even if I don't think them and gaster are aligned, I think the knight and gaster are like kind of opposed to each other in a sense. Not like blatantly, but the knight is linearity to me in a like textual sense, metatextual. If Spanthan and Jebel were kind of like different angles of trying to grapple with the fact that they are existing in a game and exist in something that they will never grow beyond, but that there is something beyond, but they'll never reach it, but they have to reach it, but they never will, kind of thing. The knight is what happens when you are molded entirely by that knowledge, that forbidden knowledge that drove the other two previously insane. The knight had to be somebody that is so molded by it that they became that knowledge. And I think that's what the knight is. I think the knight is, thematically speaking, the antagonist to the player, as the player's whole thing with the game is that they are good at finding ways to kind of break off the beaten path. The knight does everything it can to keep us from going too far out of line. Even when we do get the Shadow Crystal, and even when we do surprise it, I suppose, that's when we realize that it's just been holding back the entire time because it's trying to be fair to the player in the current moment. It's not fighting us, it's acting in the moment, because they're capable of just doing so much more than they currently are, but they want to give us the illusion, the feeling that this is, a natural orchestrated, like not orchestrated series of events, when it clearly is very thoroughly orchestrated. And I suppose I could draw parallels to like the game dev process, where even if you feel like you have all these choices, at the end of the day, somebody had to put in all this painstaking effort to railroad you in some regard. And this is a theme that I was very clear Deltarune was going to be tackling of, are you ever truly free? Who exactly are you answering to? So to circle back to that, to the question of who the knight is. I mentioned, it has to be somebody that Chris looks up to at the end of the day. Another character that, for the first time, is properly really mentioned a little bit more in detail and alluded to more in actual detail beyond these passive mentions is Des. I think it's interesting that in the chapter that the knight is revealed is the same chapter that we see at least a glimpse of Des's actual appearance, even if only in silhouette. It is the chapter where we learn the most about her and her personality because of Tenna talking about her being this very outspoken girl, this very brash, bad influence, letting Chris and the other kids see something pretty risque on TV. And the moment we learn about that, mind you, is when we go to a stadium in the Dark World that is basically filled with this imagery and metaphor for being under the water. And we are singing a song about being in the dark with your heart as my mark. And all this shit in the same moment that we learn more about Des. Hence, cue all this shit about the song Under the Sea and all this stuff. Then there's the fact that you have to consider that Chris is actively obfuscating information about who the knight is. They don't want us to know who it is. And as we're going to see in Chapter 4, they really put in effort to keep us from knowing who it is. And the other thing that they seem to put effort into keeping us from knowing too much about seems to be related to Des. Related to something that happened that led to her disappearing. I can't think of a more fitting candidate for who the knight could be thematically, given what the story is gearing up to say, than if it were Des. I just don't see a more thematically satisfying alternative. I think Carol has a very strong case as well, and I think the game is probably in some way meant to make you believe it's Carol, if you're not very in the know about Des. But I don't think Chris is that fond of Carol. Chris is not looking up to Carol. Who is the person lost in the code? I will get to that. But the thing is, I think it becomes very clear that Chris probably looked up quite a bit to Des. Maybe they were a little bit daunted by her or scared by her, but there clearly was something that made the two of them click. The knight is holding what looks like a bat when it first appears. And just overall, thinking about the circumstances of just the more we learn about the knight, the more that Des seems to be more and more present. And this is far from the only evidence as well regarding why Des is the knight, but frankly, think about the Chapter 2 Dark World. Think about the fact that is the Dark World where Noelle is first introduced to the concept of them. And we're walking through that those roads with Noelle as she is typing in the name December through the buttons, talking about how Des promised her one time she would take her to a city like this. The moon is a fucking baseball. The moon is a baseball in that dark world. And one of the main things we know about Des is that she was into, baseball and fucking in sports. And, well, softball, but regardless, the theming and just overall, like, way that the fact that that is the dark world that Noelle is introduced to, the one that Des promised her she would take her to at some point. At the same time that Noelle even mentions some incident behind the graveyard that she doesn't even fully fucking recount. And considering also Queen being sort of this like almost parody of Carol, in a sense, this like satirization of Carol in like some aspects of her personality, just less cruel. And I mean less cruel in like the more grounded sense, just kind of more comical. I think it's going to be especially more clear in Chapter 4. But the main case that I have for Destiny personally, and why I think it is why would Chris trust to keep a promise with Carol more than Des? If there was anybody that I could imagine Chris would keep such a strong promise with, somebody that they had a memory of going literally fucking nowhere with. You don't do that with somebody that you have no chemistry with, or that you don't at least look up to a bit. You do that with somebody that you feel you owe something to, and that you feel you trust, or that you feel you have to trust. I think we barely are even scratching the surface of what the dynamic between Chris and Des was like. And I think that's what I'm most interested to see. I think that's what's going to make or break it, is how much deeper does this dynamic go? Because we have the nice version of like, oh, Des was so like, fucking brash and, maybe not the greatest influence, and your mom didn't want you seeing alligators and fucking bikinis. But like, this wouldn't be the first time that Toby's put forth, like a dynamic between like two central characters to the story. And then later on, as you learn more about the two, you go, that's a little bit fucked up that this person did this. I think there's more brewing beneath the surface of exactly why Chris is so attached to working with the Knight. And I don't think it's just some, like, they're trying to bring back Des. I think it's because they know that that is Des. And whatever reason Des has to enact all of this and to try to put forth the prophecy and set it in motion, whatever it is, she thinks it's completely justified, because here's the thing. It all ties back to the 1225 thing. There is a clear tie now between that entire sequence in the game and the way that the egg rooms work because of the trip ticket. There is a clear tie to how Des might have disappeared and the way that we get the eggs. Both of which being diegetic, out of bounds, going nowhere. Something that I mentioned regarding the Forgotten Man, and why I think it's like such an issue for Gaster, is when you go nowhere, when you go out of bounds, somewhere that the program is not supposed to be trying to parse things for you to see, it clearly freaks out because the rules no longer apply. The logic doesn't apply. Time doesn't flow like it did before in the rest of the game. That's why Susie and Rousey don't acknowledge Chris just disappearing and going off to fucking who knows where. Because to them, they don't know that Chris went anywhere. So here's the thing about that. If this game is playing with the idea of different iterations and layers and the fact that and the idea of going beyond the one you're on to become beyond yourself. If the Shadow Crystal plotline is kind of all about these characters wrangling with this forbidden truth and knowledge, this fatalism, and wrangling with it in different ways, and the Knight seems to be clearly the personification of being so molded by it that they become it. Trying to remember just exactly what I said, like how I put this, because there's a way I said this in my writing that I would be happy to quote, frankly. Let me pull it up for you. There is a tie between just the way that works and how deaths seem to disappear because they have trauma related to trying to go nowhere with somebody else. And that is why they're doing all of that alone. And if I were to pull this up for you really quick. So, in going nowhere, and not only that, but also disappearing in a way that you basically, and this ties back to like how deaths could still be the unused code, the unused content. The fact that the game even has like a diegetic official, like this is unused code from some character that is trying to talk to us or to Chris. The trip ticket is a ticket to nowhere. And it's clearly implied, in my opinion, that Des disappeared by going nowhere. And Chris is the only witness to this incident. If going nowhere means going where the unused content is, going somewhere that you are lost, like the Flying Aces, like the Forgotten Man, so on, to become unused, you have to go somewhere beyond the trees, beyond the borders. You have to go to World's Edge. And when you are there, the rules of the world no longer apply to you. And in that point, who knows what you'll learn? You could learn how everything works because you no longer have to work under like the mystery of the rules because you're outside of them. You can learn how that works. Maybe you learn the way that the world, you learn the nature of it. You learn about maybe the fatalism, the prophecy of it. You get the forbidden knowledge. If you've become unused, you have to know what being unused even means and why that would make anyone go mad. But in learning it, it stops mattering. Light and dark stop mattering because you're not abiding by the rules of light and dark anymore. You're outside of it. And in that case, if you break your own immersion to your own world so badly, you break the bond with the world that you came from. Breaking bonds may make you stronger. Of course the Knight is that fucking strong. Because they have no attachment to it anymore. That's what I think it is. I think, in a way, it's funny, because it is kind of an inverse of Undertale. Undertale was, you got so immersed in it and exhausted every possible outcome to the point that you lost your investment because there was nothing to do anymore. This is kind of the opposite, where instead of trying everything, you just, in one single moment, you just know. You don't even get the privilege to at least learn all of these outcomes. You just know them all now. It's an immediate just cutting of the tie there. I think that's what happened with Des, and I think her learning that knowledge is probably related to that promise that Chris has. Because now that she knows the nature of the world and knows how it probably all ends and knows what's going to happen, and that something is in charge of it all, however fucking irrational and insane of a reasoning it's going to be, in her mind, she is doing something that is for some greater cause. Maybe it's out of spite. Maybe she does want to see everything burn, but I don't think it's necessarily that. I have a hard time believing that this is something that Carol would fill the role of. I think she has her own role to fill as being the light world antagonist, being sort of the antagonistic force of keeping us from, like, really making more progress regarding what's in the shelter and, like, what the fuck is even going on. But I don't even think Carol is fully privy to just what is going on in the shelter. Because that brings me to the shelter itself and what I have, like, this is actually live, not a premiere. Yeah, no, this is a stream. I haven't had time to make videos for this. I'm just giving you my observations in more, like, informal formatting so that I just have, like, some way for y'all to hear it. But, like, this kind of brings us to, like, the electronic lock in the shelter. I have one question for you just right away about that. Why would you need 3 different codes? Like, the logic here, right? Why would you need 3 different codes? Each one is clearly delegated to, like, a different location or person in hometown. I thank you for the 5 again, by the way. The only attachment Destiny might still have is Noelle. A dark old made for her. Same place where we start the weird route, focused on. It could be fucking, I don't know, Angel's Heaven, something. The Angel's, like, one of the only things that is still incredibly fucking ambiguous, unfortunately, in this game, and I have a hard time parsing it even myself. But I'll have more to say about that in, again, Chapter 4 deep dive. The point, I think, of having the 3 codes, one for, like, each location, is that this is a location that, by design, is meant to be opened by 3 people. And they all have to be there to open it. That means Carol cannot know all of the 3 codes. Asgore cannot know all of the 3 codes, at least initially. Alvin does not know all of the 3 codes. They only know their respective code. That had to be the agreement. If Carol is clearly an extremely cagey fucking person about everything. She keeps everything at home. So this had to be fucking serious for her to even trust another person, let alone 2 other people, with a code. That has to imply she doesn't trust herself to open it on her own. So with that in mind, how the fuck does the door open then? How does Carol, if she were to be tonight, open the shelter doors if she doesn't even trust herself to open it? With all 3 codes. If she trusted 2 other people to open it. That's my question. Does Carol even know how Des went missing? I don't think she does necessarily. I think she's trying to figure that out too. And she probably has a hunch that it has something to do with the shelter, but it's like, when it looks like that in there, what the fuck are you gonna do? Chapter 4 even kind of sets this up, right? Because it's like, well, someone who knows the mayor, that has something to do with the cops, that goes to church. If it's a holiday, I mean, the only other option, I guess, is Rudy. And again, I could see there being some weird interactions that I do find pretty strange, but I don't really know, and I feel like I don't really know how that would be really thematically satisfying, because it's like, I feel like that kind of robs a lot of potential for... I think Rudy's in a pretty decent place as a character, personally. As being, you know, the one trying to balance things out for Noelle, but is also clearly on the verge of, like, you know, giving away. And that moment is causing a lot of tension for her as it is. I think having him be the knight on top of all of that, it's like, either that has to be a really good reason for it, or that just kind of seems like almost... I don't know, like, I feel like that takes away from, a little bit from, like, the value of, like, the fact that he, being the one to usually balance things out, can't be there for her. That feels almost comically antagonistic to Noelle, in a way that feels not really in line with her, or rather with him. It has to be Des, then, that, you know, had all those connections. Because, I mean, it was Des's disappearance that led to, fucking Asgore being removed from the Force, most likely. Of course, she would know something about the code that Carol had, because she's her daughter. And I'm sure that she went to church because Noelle has gone to church so much, and, you know, that being that they are the, like, the mayor family, of course you'd think that, like, you know, they would go to church. And also, it wouldn't surprise me if, like, you know, maybe, like, Des had, like, a pretty good rapport with Gerson, and maybe Gerson was responsible for that code. Are you saying that Asgore lost his job because someone stole his code? I'm not saying that, but that is a pretty interesting take. That actually could be pretty promising. What about the code inside the guitar? Why would it be there? A thought I had recently. What if Carol didn't know the code was in there? Nothing was touched in that room. Clearly. Like, ever since Des left and disappeared, I don't even think Carol touched anything in that room. I think that was Des's doing, putting that code in that guitar. And that was her memorizing it to herself. I don't think Carol knew that there was a code in there. I think what might have happened is Chris interacted with it, and the narration started saying there was something in there. That was a curveball. And the best thing that Chris could do in that situation was eject the fucking soul and call Carol immediately and go, hey, what the fuck do we do about that? Why she checked the guitar after taking it from Susie? Probably to check for herself, because she didn't know there was a code in there. And now that she's holding it in her fucking hand, she can actually see for herself that there is one. But then again, this is all stuff for Chapter 4 deep dive, so I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Because at the end of the day, if Carol knew there was something in there, then why the fuck is there a guitar left in there? Why was Chris even allowed to go anywhere near that if they had known beforehand that there was something in there? All this to say, the shelter codes clearly seemed intended to be made for 3 people to open it. The knight is able to open it itself because it got that knowledge on its own. Like all the different codes. And for whatever reason, it's using the shelter as its headquarters for whatever the fuck it plans to do with Undyne, with the Roaring, with the Prophecy. And that's about, I think, what I can say without getting basically into chapter 4 territory. That's where I'm at with it, I think. It's a very interesting kind of conundrum that it throws at us here. And I'm excited to say more about it, but we still don't have everything yet regarding it, and I don't want to get into it right away here. I'm also a little bit checked out because it's like 10:43 now. But oh yeah, chapter 4, we're gonna be there a while. I'm gonna be so for real. I might change the time for chapter 4's stream to be basically just like literally whenever I'm awake. Whenever the fuck I'm awake and I've had food, I will just start spontaneously and I'm gonna go from there because, oh god, I just want to get through as much of it as I can. What, could you talk more about the Mantle games? I talked about them pretty in depth in the previous VOD. I think I talked about them pretty well there. I feel pretty happy about what I said in that initial VOD. What day is chapter 4's stream? I plan to do so on Friday. Yeah, chapter 4 is a lot. But I think regarding the main things in chapter 3, that's like kind of where my head is at. Basically, extremely personal to me. It's my favorite of them. The egg stuff is fucking fascinating, and I think it has given us a lot of like good crumbs to work with for what I think is actually going on like meta-narratively, and even regarding the Knight and Des. And that explains why the Knight even is involved in this plotline to begin with, the Shadow Crystals. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention when you use the Shadow Crystal this time, it mentions like the TV set being broken. I think there's unused code as well that like it confuses it with there's like some confusion with like whether it's the glass or the Shadow Crystal, but it's some other unused dialogue about like seeing Undyne frozen in ice, which is a little bit scary. I think it's dialogue that was meant to be for the glass, but because we are like never playable in the light world, we never get to really use it. But that's weird. I think the only thing I can go over is basically something I kind of forgot to mention, even with the mantle holder fight, and it's everything with friend, I guess. I mentioned this in the first VOD. There are no new all caps files in chapter 3 outside of the unused script changing a little bit. However, all of the sprites in chapter 3 and assets in chapter 3 related to friend, they are not in all caps. It is not referred to as image friend or device friend. It uses the normal like formatting for the assets, weirdly enough. However, if I could show you here a little bit. Maybe I can, I don't know. Something interesting is this is an example of the sprites over like, and hang on, let me make myself look a little smaller here. This is an example of the sprites for friend. Notice that there's nothing in the underscores here. It's SPR underscore 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 0, so on, so on. All of the sprites for friend in this chapter use this convention of it uses the underscores as spaces, but where there would be the name of the character, like, you know, friend or something, you can see here, sprite, nondescript room, blank laugh, so on, so on. So, even though in chapter 2 and 4, we get friend sprites in all caps. All of the sprites that actually pertain to friend as this thing, or like the fodder in the mantle fight, are omitted. We don't get to know what this thing is actually called, if it even has a name. Which is weird. I don't know why. Why is that the case? It makes the use of it as an all caps file in Chapter 2 even more perplexing. Because what the fuck? Like, something I'll get into in Chapter 4 when I do my deep dive is that it seems to demonstrate to me, because, like, okay, we see in, like, the intro to Chapter 3 that this omitted thing, this is, like, the form of it that we're probably going to see in, like, the actual Dark World in full. The fodder for that, in the mantle game demonstrates that it is related to the mantle holder in some way. And thus related to the knight in some way. And so it seems like whatever this is, we don't know the name of it if it even has one, but friend isn't fully encompassing of what it is. The one thing I can say is that the pink and yellow imagery, $2 from Dreaming of Kadath, thank you. Notice friend is shaped like a hand. It kind of is. It's a little weird. The one thing I can say of note, the pink and yellow imagery, we know Chapter 5 seems to be kind of leaning more into this as well, but the pink and yellow imagery, the odd controller even has pink and yellow mentioned. There's some cat petters tied to it, I guess? Can the VHS be higher quality? Not much more. The most I can do is maybe share the window of the file explorer, but I feel like that's not really worth it. My point is, the file names are omitting the actual name of this thing, if it has a name to begin with. In which case, the only thing we have is that it seems clearly tied to cat petters. But just like with literally anything tied to cat petters, I really don't know what to make of it. Because it just seems like a general catch-all for parallel or metaphor for the game's like approach to like weird playground rumor secret shit is like the most I can say about it. I think friend, given the fact that this inconsistency is here and there's no new all caps files for some reason in Chapter 3, I think friend seems to be more of a descriptor of what it does when it shows up as that asset in like a program UI sense, but it is not reflective of everything that it is. Either that, or because it's technically not fucking with the program layer as much, now it's being, like, you know, categorized in a more normal formatting, but I guess because of the way it is or how it works, it, like, isn't parsing it correctly. But more likely than not, it's just omitting the actual name of it for whatever reason. So that's a loose end that I would like to discuss more in Chapter 4 as well. But it's going to make more sense later once we, actually, like, oh god. Once we, you know, go through the Chapter 4 deep dive. Oh, fuck. Another data mining thing before we even get to this. So, one little thing that throws me off. So in Chapter 1, one detail that I mentioned in Part 1 of Device Theory is that depending on the save file slot you picked, the contents of Azrael's drawer would change. And that was the only fucking thing that changed between save slots in Chapter 1. The only thing. So imagine my shock in chapter 3 when the TV dinner description changes between the slots. Slot 1, TV-shaped pre-made meal. It even has a giant crumb of your favorite pie. Slot 2, the TV's pointy nose is used as a cone for the ice cream. And slot 3, unfortunately, the vegan steak seems to be a normal shape. And that's not all, because this isn't the only item that seemed to be planned to have this. It's this one again. This is the... yeah, nothing too new here. The lodestone also has code. It's not like actually like playable or like visible in game, but it also has code different for the save slots. Token shaped like a snail shell. Token inscribed with the record of a legend athlete. Token in the shape of a pizza. These items are literally just the contents of Asriel's drawer. I think it's like ever slightly out of order which ones. But record of a legend athlete, the cross-country shirt, shape of a pizza, the coupon book, snail shell, I think that's like the old ID or whatever. So these are just the Asriel drawer items made into the Dark World equivalents. For whatever fucking reason, anything to do with the Dreamer home, and specifically Asriel, has weird shit between save slots. Asriel might have something fucking weird going on. Is like all I can say at this point regarding that. So that's a really good screenshot, Andrew. Thank you. I'm never getting over that Sans image. It's so fucking good. It's just surreal. It's genuinely fucking surreal. I don't even know what to make of it. But it just baffles me, and it scares me even more, because clearly they know that they could change things between slots if they wanted. But it's for these little things, and I cannot understand for the life of me why. $5 from Cardstock Caster Game Design. Only slot 2's description for TV dinner has dialogue for Noelle. Oh, right, yeah, that's true. That's true, I forgot about that. For some fucking reason, that's the case. What was this one again? Yeah. Yeah, like, no, it's genuinely not even to get into, like, the fucking, like, what Noelle says about items, because, like, she hasn't been accessible as a party member since Chapter 2. I don't know why. It genuinely implies to me that, like, you know, she's going to be able to be interactable as a party member in Chapter 5, probably, at this rate. That's going to also make or break whether, like, a boarded Weird Rat is ever going to matter, but that's, like, neither here nor there at the moment. I mentioned the block forest question. That was pretty weird on Asriel's end. So I think with all of that, the only thing I have really left to mention is the unused script. And where we left off with unused previously was basically the voice going, if anyone can hear me, please help me. I hear some weird scratching noise. And in Chapter 3, we get new dialogue. This voice asking, what is this place? How did I get here? As if I haven't asked that question a billion times already. I always did have that nightmare. Walking into the darkness with the light shining from the doorway, and then the door slams behind me and everything goes black. Is this that nightmare? Or was everything else a dream? Again, kind of blurring the lines between what's real, what's not real. Definitely sounds to me more like the symptoms of being nowhere. Not being able to find your hand or your body. And there isn't much more to gain from that, unfortunately. But that is pretty interesting to me, and definitely adds credence to the fact that that being unused seems to be basically a out of bounds, like a metatextual way of saying that a character ended up nowhere or found themselves nowhere. Have you heard the theory about having to collect the eggs out of order from the Eggman's schedule direction? Maybe. I've heard a bit about that. I don't really know if it's super likely, because I feel like if that were the case, like, mechanically the code isn't there to really justify it, because it seems like it's only really counting from the first chapter onwards how many you have. I don't really know how it would keep track from, like, doing the chapter hopping at the moment. It hasn't set the precedent yet, but it has time to do that if so. You were used up, you went unused. I like that connection, potentially. But yeah, that's, like, the most, honestly, surprisingly, that came from, like, the data mining for this. Which, this will make, of course, like, a bit more sense once we get through, Chapter 4's stuff, because Chapter 4 does have quite a few more all-caps files. Oh, fucking boy, does it have, like, some interesting shit in that regard. No new sounds or rooms, necessarily, but definitely a lot of new sprites. Ugh. I think all I have left to show or check at this point is, the specifically... Yeah, okay. So, in terms of all caps stuff, the most notable shit is that all of the Mantle songs are in all caps in the OST, which are Sword, Northern Light, Glacier, Bitroots, Eram, and Burning Eyes. That I find pretty interesting, but there's no new, like, all caps files pretty much in the entirety of Chapter 3, unfortunately. However, that will change in Chapter 4. And with that... Yeah, I'd say with that, that's about it for the Chapter 3 deep dive. At long last. That took a fucking hot minute there, but... Ugh. So what the fuck have we learned? Nowhere is diegetic unused content. I don't think we're done with the Mantle Holder or Ram, potentially. The Knight, in my opinion, is most likely Des, who had to know all the codes, and nobody else knows all three of the codes, in my opinion, outside of maybe Chris. Friend is just more than the friend sprite, potentially. I think it is separated from the concept of the purpose of the friend assets in the program. Asriel Drawer follow-up for some fucking reason. And Chris is clearly dealing with an internal conflict of whether they will betray the party or betray the knight, who they seem to look up to the latter quite fondly. Overall, those are the most basic takeaways I have, but the biggest thing I have to really say about it is that it's very clear the evidence for Des having disappeared by going nowhere and Chris having trauma related to that, especially with the imagery of trees and that being a metaphor for, like, the boundaries of the world, the world's edge, if you will. Given all the different implications with Weird Root shit, and that tying back to, like, humble servant, devil imagery, Kara fucking fuckery, and also Gaster intervening regarding the knight. There's a lot of little threads here in Chapter 3 that seem to, one second. There's a lot of little threads in Chapter 3 that seem to kind of just, like, oh my god, hang on. Hey, sorry about that. Fucking... There's a lot of little threads in this that seem to kind of be starting to converge a little. The Mantle Holder seems very clearly connected to the Shadow Crystals because of their mentioning of it directly, which, like, I think they're the only other characters besides Shaman in the plotline to really directly mention them. So they seem to be in the interest of Gaster somewhat and Chris's, like, journey to... Yeah, that's something I haven't even mentioned, is also, like, they seem to imply Chris has a more personal motivation for the Shadow Crystals, which implies that Chris is looking for them, which also implies that they are considering going against the Knight's interests by acquiring Shadow Crystals from them and going off script. So there's a lot of ties to not only the fact that Des disappeared the way that she did, and the fact that the eggs seem to be some kind of part of that, but it's now finding ways to converge with Gaster's interest in the Shadow Crystals, and, now apparently Chris's specific interest, as the Shadow Mantle Holder seems to imply that they have a personal stake in this. We're the ones making them go out of the way to get them. Consider that the Mantle Holder is talking to Chris, though, not to us. They don't really talk to us directly. They don't need to talk to us and ask us why we think we're looking for them. They are trying to get to Chris's head. That's what the Mantle Holder does. That doesn't matter? No, I think it does matter. The whole thing with the Mantle game is that it is them actively playing with their own conflict of interest. If they literally genuinely did not want to, they would not be letting us play it. The whole fucking thing with the Mantle game is that it is playing with their internal conflict of, like, what they want to do. The cat is fine, by the way. It was just a little bit loud, but she's fine. So Chris secretly wants the Shadow Crystals too? I mean, a lot of the fucking, like, plot beats in this plotline seems to be very, prevalent to Chris, so yes. Literally the entire Spampton Chris plotline is Spampton talking to Chris and going, hey, don't you want freedom? Don't you want some of that freedom and agency that you feel like you're lacking? Hey, do what I tell you and maybe I can help you with that. And of course, it's not like Spampton's a very reputable source. He's a fucking asshole. But, like, I think there's a reason that multiple times now Chris has been kind of in a situation where they are in a conflict of interest with themselves about what they want to do and who they want to side with. overall, there is a very clear, like, I think the two main takeaways in terms of, like, what I really, like, am interested in is both, I think we now have a better idea of how deaths disappeared through, like, the very, like, more surreal shit presented to us, but also now it's becoming clearer how the shadow crystals relate to this as well as the weird root. And there seemed to be also a connection between the shadow crystals and the weird root because of the mantle holder. Which I don't even know how to begin unpacking that, frankly. But in, like, the most informal terms, I think that is, like, my findings for Chapter 3. I kind of wish there was, like, more, like, formal way I could do so, like, in live format, but, like, you know, that is kind of the point, is I didn't want to get, like, too formal here. But I fucking love this chapter a ton. A ton. And in Chapter 4, we're going to get, like, a lot of shit to work with as well, and I'm hoping to probably just start that one earlier, because, oh god, I'm gonna need breaks. I'm gonna need, like, to really, like, carefully choose what I want to say there, because there's so much to unpack. I think Chapter 3 is, like, it's my bread and butter, because I love weird, surreal shit that needs to be, like, interpreted more, like, unconventionally. I'm really good at that. Chapter 4 is just extremely dense with, like, still pretty cryptic shit, but all in all, it kind of just gets to the point with, like, what you're looking at. And the stuff that it doesn't get to the point to, it's much easier for me to shrug that off as just, like, okay, the game just doesn't want me to know, so, alright. So, I'd say with that, that is about all I have to say. I'm very glad I was able to do this for y'all, this whole fucking thing, because I had a lot of fun with, like, even doing this deep dive. I'm sorry to everyone that just woke up or is just joining, since I'm going to be probably ending it soon. Like I said, like, in a few minutes. But I really enjoy doing this. On Friday, I will be starting the Chapter 4 one. Probably just whenever I wake up. I'm gonna see if tomorrow I can just shotgun through, like, the whole fucking, like, weird route playthroughs that I need to do for Chapters 2 and 3. Because by Sunday I need to have a, like, Chapter 4 weird route save, like, ready to start. Chapter 4 weird route playthrough will be on Sunday. So Friday is normal route if I can help it, Sunday is whatever is left of normal route, and then weird route, because weird route, all things considered, there's, like, a few things of note, but I can kind of just gun it through the rest of, like, the whole thing. Because the most notable shit is, like, in the light world, and then most of the dark world is pretty much the same. Will everything be wrapped up before Chapter 5 release? I'm hoping to. Hopefully. Are you streaming Chapter 5 as well? After my first playthrough, maybe. At some point in, like, the near future, I might do a deep dive of that as well, but I am going through to play the first time, like, completely blind and offline for my own sake. I'd like to just enjoy the fucking game before I really dig into it, is how I try to do it. Ugh. I really enjoyed this. Thank you all for joining. I'll see you all in a few more days. That is one entire new chapter of the new ones done. And I have much more to say about Chapter 4. Oh boy. But yeah, this one was a little shorter. I was still kind of just hanging out for a whole hour while my partner was here as well. But all things considered, you know, much less shit I had to really do, so I feel pretty good. Thank you all for joining. Thank you all for donating as well. I really appreciate the donations. It genuinely has been very helpful. Will you stream Chapter 2 Weird Route? I already did last year. There's no reason for me to. It'd be a bit redundant at that point. So I will see you all on Friday for when we talk about the prophecy and who was phone and Weird Route and oh god, so much. So fucking much. But for the time being, I'm gonna go get some rest. Take it easy. Take care, y'all. I appreciate y'all greatly. Love y'all. I will see you in just a few days. Chapter 4 on the horizon, and Chapter 5 just after. I'll catch y'all later. Bye-bye.